Looks like we're still missing a few Dallas folks here, but we got a couple more minutes. Hey, Candace. Hey, Chandra. Hey, Erica. Good morning, guys. Hi, Sharon. I know Raymond, my silent constituency over there. What's up, Raymond? Hey, Raquel. And Gwen and all my peoples and 20. Miguel, good morning. What's up? Y'all caught the shirt? What? What? Actually, I'm a cougar. I'm gonna put one more finger up, okay? But thank you. I thought I'd have a little fun today. Okay, let's see. Background off. Those are aggravating to me. Let's see. Turn that off, off, off. Thank you very much on the update for from Christine. Thank you. And then let's see, where's our Dallas Proctor? There she is. Co-hosted. I think most folks are in the room. It's so quiet in here. Y'all gonna make me turn on some theme music. It's too quiet. Okay, so we're only missing, I think, just a few people. So we're gonna kind of get ready to move forward. Today is contract day. Yay, right? Maybe, not so much. It's not going to be that bad. I know it's contracts. Contracts usually aren't that fun, but we're going to go over quite a bit. So if you need to grab paper and pen to make notes about things, you certainly can. Today would be that day. And if if you didn't print your book out, definitely keep some paper around you. We don't really need to go over all of the usual. And by all of the usual, it's all my introductory stuff. You know who I am. I really know who you guys are. So no need to do that. But let me at least say, look around. 2 more days. You got it done, right? 2 more days and we're finished. So I'm so proud of you guys. And for all of us who've been together for 12 days, I'm going to tell you now, every class that comes after you will never be the same. I'm totally going to miss all of you. Today, again, contracts, but tomorrow's going to be cray cray. I don't even know how else to express that. We have a few contracts, a few concepts. I've got to get in your exam review, and then you all have your capstone projects to do, then the exam. I mean, there's like a massive amount of stuff to do. So let me just FYI you today, while we've got a little time, be ready to go when it's your group's time tomorrow. As a matter of fact, we're just going to go in numeric order, 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's it. So know who's going to do the talking. If you need me to share the screen with you so you can put a PowerPoint up, holler. There's no, and now introducing, we're not doing all that. We're just kind of going on in. And ideally, we want to be done no later than maybe 2:30 so that we've got time to do exam review and kind of relax a little bit and then get ready to test. Testing will start straight up at 3:30. You'll have until 5 to finish it. Absolutely no rush. And that's about it. The warning again is get a second device. If you're using an iPad or something, or an whatever, an Apple product, I don't know what causes this, but some people who start their exam on an Apple product, your screen goes black. We can't see you. You end up looking like this to us. And if you look blacked out like this, then we don't know you're there and we can't accept your exam. So if you're not sure that's going to be you, go borrow a cell phone from the children. We don't need to hear you. We need to see you take the exam. There's no, there are no exceptions for this one from Trek or Texas Realtors. So the only thing I'll tell you guys is if you're not sure how that's going to work out for you, because we went through it last time, go get a second device and just be ready. Log yourself in through a cell phone, aim it at your face. We're good to go. Does anybody, particularly, I think it's Benjamin. Where's my friend, the new guy? Is Mr. Campos still in the room? Because I don't think he's tested with us yet. Is Benjamin Campos in the room? I don't even see him.
I'm trying to call him.
Well, okay, thank you. And does anyone have any questions about the exam? Did everyone get their certificates? Because a couple of you didn't. Does anybody have anything they need to know? Looking around the room, the virtual classroom. I don't see any questions. Raymond says, if you have an Apple device, it will happen. Yeah, and I don't know why, it just will. So again, get yourself a second device. Thank you, Raymond. It is
I took two I took 2 exams on my Mac and I never got, how will we know that's happening to us, I guess is my point. If we're taking the exam, is somebody going to call us and say it's black?
Because no, I'm not going to call you. I'm going to tell you right there on screen. I can't see you. So,
okay, so we'll know. You will inform us, because I've never had trouble that I know of with it. Okay.
What was your device, by the way?
A Mac. I use a MacBook Air.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. It's called a what now? Air something?
MacBook Air is what I use.
Okay, and the only people I've seen have those issues tend to be people who are using Apple products. I didn't say every Apple product will fail.
Yeah.
Saying I've only seen it with Apple products, so no need to defend Apple in such a big way. Yeah. But I'm just saying that if you have one, because I'm not the tech genius, snag a second device just in case. I have no idea what causes it. So that's it. But we'll tell you that it's going to happen. Now, a few people last time straight up forgot the instructions. When we take our exams, we got to go quiet. If you didn't get your link or whatnot, please don't shout out, hey, I didn't get my link. Because see, like 40 people did, and like you're interrupting everybody. So can you just put it in the chat? We're right there. All the proctors are looking. And then we'll know that you didn't get your link. And trust me, we're all furiously typing back and forth so we don't disturb you. But we see you. We're reading the chat. If you're having issues tomorrow, when you get your test, put it in the chat. Okay, what other questions we got? 60 questions starting at 3:30. Y'all know how we do. We take a break, hopefully around 3, exam review, straight into the exam. But admittedly, this one's not going to be a hard exam. Got to tell y'all, this one, y'all already got it locked already. So with that said, how about we do some quick review? And then that'll give me time to put you all in your breakout rooms when you all go on break. So let's do that. If everyone's ready. Okay, so I cannot see this morning. Does anybody else have a cataract besides me? Anybody else living with a cataract? It's driving me nuts. I got one in one eye. I got to get her fixed. I might as well be like this all day. I swear to God, it's just one good eye. All right, let's see. Which of the following things that I'm going to list, let me back up. Which of the following information can assist an agent during the negotiation process? Don't forget, this was the giveaway. Understanding the boundaries of the counterparty, understanding prior investment behaviors of your principal, understanding the prior investment behaviors of the counterparty, or both A and C are correct? Right, A and C are correct. Again, they all make sense, but that question, sorry. And I have not spoken to Texas Realtors to kind of get that addressed yet. So A and C. Let's see, what will or with whom will agents do their best to understand the desired outcome and priorities? Whose outcomes and priorities are they going to try to understand? List them off, please.
All the parties.
There you go. Every last one of them, the tenant, the landlord, the buyer, and the seller. Absolutely. Let's see, who's arguably the biggest CIE in the real estate or commercial real estate industry? What's the big dog?
CR.
Stomping, absolutely. So which statement is going to always be the case here? A higher internal rate of return has more weight with an investor than an equity multiple. The internal rate of return and equity multiple are equal with investors. And internal rate of return and equity multiple value are going to depend on the individual investor, or higher equity multiples are more valuable. Yeah, it's going to depend on your investor's preferences, whatever that magic is the investor has going for them. What does a pro forma statement do? There are 3 things it does. Do you remember some of those things? It's a simplified
Financial statement of the future.
Right, it's financial statement. It will quickly allow you to assess what with relationship to a property. Cash flow, exactly, and cash performance, exactly. And then someone already said it, it does incorporate the future performance of a property. So all those things are going to be true. And then of these things I'm going to list, which one of these are popular when it comes to commercial real estate listing services? Are Catalyst, Digsy, and CIMLS popular? They're all popular, absolutely. I don't use some of them, but they are all popular. Let's see. Which one of these, we didn't address this in class because I feel like this is the kind of thing that you probably know inherently, but which one of the following things can make a difference in a successful negotiation compared to something that might fall apart and fail? Keeping your composure, is that a good thing? Absolutely. Leaving open the channels of communication for later conversation. Is that what we need? Absolutely. And then having I should say, leaving the door open even after negotiation failed. Is that a good thing? Absolutely. Do it all. When should an investor consider exiting? When should the exit strategy become a factor? And eat a good breakfast. Amen, Cheyenne. Nothing worse than being hangry. Before purchase, absolutely. Here's where this one goes. Prior to selling and before purchase. Those are 2 moments when we should, there you go, prior to purchase and prior to sale. 2 moments when we need to consider our exit strategy. When may a seller receive boot with no tax liability? Boot is that extra cash they got because it wasn't totally equal. Never. You get penalized on boot. You never get it right. You always get penalized on boot. In the 1031 exchange process, what's another name for the property we are selling? It's got another name. Yes. Relinquished property, absolutely. Let's see. Let me give you a little help with your choices. When can a real estate agent act as the QI, the qualified intermediary, in a 1031 exchange process? Can they do it? Never. Can they do it anytime they get good and ready? Can they do it only if the broker has not acted as an agent for the seller for the past 2-year period? Or can they do it only if the agent or broker has not acted as an agent for the seller for the past 2-year period preceding the transfer of the relinquished property? See, there's a little extra on there. It would be that last one. It would be that last one. So many of you went with C, and C is correct partially. The part that was missing that was on that last answer was that preceding the transfer of the relinquished property. Got to add that piece on there. So again, you're right when you say that you hadn't acted as broker for the seller for the past 2-year period, but preceding the transfer of the relinquished property. So that's going to be key to remember that phrase there. Ooh, never mind. I saw a mistake. I need TR to correct. We'll get that together. All right, let's see. What does QOZ stand for? There you go, qualified opportunity zone. And so of the things I'm going to list, which one will help an investor avoid paying capital gains taxes, not deferring them, but avoid paying them? Were we talking about a Delaware statutory trust? Are we talking about real estate investment trusts? Would it be a qualified opportunity zone or all of the above? We're talking avoiding paying capital gains taxes. So in this case, it's going to be a qualified opportunity zone. If y'all remember that highlight in class, most other tools will allow you to defer, maybe even indefinitely defer, but to avoid them altogether, our text specifically went to qualified opportunity zones. I think I said investment zones, but qualified opportunity zone is what you're looking for. And you know what? Let me say this too. There's a key word in that question, and the question is with regard to sale of a property, not exchange of a property. So when we're selling, qualified opportunity zones come with those tax incentives that may allow you to totally avoid paying the taxes. Yes, Miguel. Which investment type might allow an investor to totally avoid paying capital gains taxes during a sale? And that's going to be the qualified opportunity zone. What is the key phrase in a letter of intent? What is the thing you need to see for sure? It needs to say that this document is, there you go, non-binding. It's an agreement, but it's non-binding. And the word agreement, don't let that fool you or scare you away from the answer. Non-binding is what you're looking for. The use of a non-disclosure agreement or a confidentiality agreement is common when exchanging, and just let me help you out. Would maybe we need to sign one before we tour property? Would we possibly be signed to ask one then? Yeah, you might be. And Raymond's got it, absolutely. Prior to receiving due diligence materials, you may be asked to sign one prior to touring. And even when you get a pro forma statement, you might be asked to sign it really at any moment. At any moment, you can be asked to sign one. Raymond kind of covered all those bases there. What type of form can we use to request these due diligence materials? You remember the general name of it? The due diligence materials, there's a contract that we're asking for, and I'm looking for a Texas Realtors contract name. What's that contract that we're looking for? We're looking for the commercial request for evaluation materials. This is one of those moments when the answer is in the question. And Elizabeth, he is, let me see, sick, and I was told that a little early, but he's right there on screen, so he's back. Let me just say that, he's back. Hey, you didn't have to out yourself there. Nobody knew it was you. But he's
No, the other one.
oh, okay. Then I don't know where that one's at, and I still need to answer the question that I asked you for some help with. I'll get right in there in just a second.
Okay, no worries.
Ma'am, thank you. So again, when we are looking for due diligence materials from a seller, we can use the commercial request for evaluation materials and confidentiality agreement. Couple more, and then it's break time, and then I'm going to put your breakout rooms together. When you come back from break, go ahead and accept your invitations. It'll be a little time for y'all to do about 15 minutes of meeting, and then we go straight into contracts. So let me get you a couple more exam review questions. Your turnover vacancy rates might be reflected as an adjustment to what measure in your pro forma statement? What might you alter when you see changes in a turnover vacancy rate? The base rental income, exactly, base rental income. And it's not like there's a difference in answers, but I do want to make the note that it's not in base rent that we're charging, it's base rental income, just to be thorough about that answer. So you've got keywords, Erica and Gail, excellent, but just don't forget, it's the money we expect in compared to the vacancy that we also expect. All right, we calculate this together, and I don't even know it myself, so I got to do it on a calculator as I put these numbers out there. But if we have, let's say $60,000 in cash distributions, and we've got $43,000 in equity invested, what's going to be our equity multiple? Y'all so quick. It's 1.39. Absolutely. Y'all are just so quick. All right, a couple more, and I think we have addressed. Don't y'all feel better about this quiz, though? I'm just asking. I mean, are we all feeling pretty good about it? Oh, I'm not seeing the love. Y'all all right? Okay, just making sure. Let's see, what equity multiple is more desirable? 0.46, 1.0, 1.26, or 3.3? 3.3, absolutely. The bigger, the better. It's probably the only place in life that it really applies. Okay, let me skip the 2 questions. Hold on, let me skip a couple of things that don't need to be in there. What form are we going to use when a tenant wants to hire a broker to find someone to sublet the space? Which form would they use? It's one of those answers or in the question kind of things. What form would we be using? Exactly, exclusive right to sublease. I mean, some days you just wonder. Okay, let's see. Which realtor form would we be using to ensure a broker is paid a leasing commission if a property is leased rather than sold? What form might you use to ensure that you're getting your commission if a property is leased rather than sold? Let me give you your choices and see if this helps you. You might be presented with an answer that says the property management agreement. Does that fit here? It doesn't. It doesn't fit here. Registration between broker and owner. Does that fit here? We're talking getting paid if a property leases instead of sells. How about an amendment to the contract? No. Then how about this choice? Your exclusive right to sell. Remember the answers in the question. And it says, if it doesn't sell and it leases instead, how am I going to secure my commission? In your listing agreement, you would have said, if it leases instead of sells, I'm getting paid. Whatever number you all negotiate. So while it sounded a little tricky, you'll definitely get it when you see your exams. You'll be fine there. But it is your exclusive right to sell. If you fill it out completely, will address a lease if a lease happens instead of the sale. Which form can be utilized to stop providing services on behalf of a tenant or a buyer? And let me give you some choices here. This is the document we're talking about utilizing to cease providing services. Would it be a non-realty addendum? Would it be the registration agreement between the broker and the tenant? Would it be the commercial BRA? Or would it be an amendment to the BRA? We want to stop the agreement. It's going to be an amendment to the BRA. There you go, Raymond. Thank you. So it's not going to be the BRA. This is the one where we're going to say, hey, despite the fact that that contract is on the table, skirt, we're done. We're finished. So you'll send an amendment out and say that we're terminating our arrangement together. It's an amendment to the BRA. Let me just find a couple more for you. Okay, so we're under a commercial property management agreement. And if the ownership changes, what form should we use? Now, we didn't cover this in class because I feel like when you see your selections, you'll know what your answer is. So again, if we have a commercial property management agreement in place and ownership changes, what form should we use? Should we use the property management agreement? Should we use another registration agreement between broker and owner? Should we use an amendment to the property management agreement? Or should we use a commercial contract amendment? What do you think? It's going to be an amendment to the property management agreement. We are amending it because the owner's name changed. And I think it is time for you all to enjoy a break. Let's do that for about 10 minutes. Again, I'm going to put you all in your breakout rooms while you disappear. And when you come back at 9:10, please accept your invitations and start wrapping up your capstone. Okay, let's do it. Show echoes. Amy. W. Invitations are out, so feel free to accept them. And a few of you have not been put in rooms yet. Let me get you to where you're going. Let me see, a couple of you are still left out. Raquel Harbin. Raquel Harbin is in. Two, okay. Awesome. And then we've got Gail going to 1. Awesome. I think that's everyone. Okay, so for those who are watching watching the recording, we're going to put the recording on pause so that you do not have to endure a large gap in time. So we're going to pause this recording, and when we come back from breakout session, we'll resume the class. Santosh, you need to join your breakout group. We have been out of actual break for 8 minutes now. Please join your breakout group and accept your invitation. Santosh, we need you participating in class for you to get full credit for class, my friend. Okay, let's get back on it. For class.
Hey, Mish,
Yes,
what group is
ma'am.
he in?
He should be in group 2, and I did pop, and they have not seen him yet.
Okay. I'm gonna give him another call.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, let's make sure we've got materials ready to go. We've only got 5 minutes left. To the person who is watching this recording, since we have resumed recording, if you want to advance this recording by about 5 minutes, that's when we're going to actually start again. And this way you don't have to sit here and look at us be silent for about 5 minutes while I organize for the upcoming portion of class. So Santosh, please join your group. So if you want to fast forward by 5 minutes, feel free to do so, because that's when we will resume instruction. Okay, everybody should be co-hosted. I am done room hopping, so let's tell them to come on back. That looks like a really good stretch. Real good stretch. Okay, guys, let me waiting on the rest of the folks to pop on in here. Let's get it. We have an aggressive schedule today. Come on, folks, get in this room. All right, let's hit it. Let's go. We got things to do, my friends. These are our guidelines for class. You're familiar with them. Everyone got here. Everyone's visible. Please don't abuse the use of screens and things. I am aware of who is not feeling well. I know who needs to step on and off camera today. So for those of you who gave us advance notice of some of your situations, I do want your colleagues to recognize that we've been informed about some folks who are going to be stepping out early, and arrangements have already been made to do makeup times for their dismissals or their disappearances. For those of you who did not get permission, don't forget, you need to talk with your proctors if you got to disappear for whatever reason. Other than that, you guys have been doing great. No one's falling asleep, so no need to linger there. One more time, no driving and Zooming. It's Texas law. And we don't even need to look at that stuff. We just need to get straight into it. We are supposed to be, one more time, I can't help but just say this. Woo, we're almost done. We're almost done. So congratulations for being the first graduating class coming up here. We are going to continue group sessions, getting things finalized, who's going to stay what, learning the technology. Please don't flood the chat, but later, if anyone is well-versed in how to share a screen using a Mac product, Gail Hood could use a little tech help because I'm a PC kid and I don't know a thing about it. So not now, we don't have time to flood the chat with it, but someone contact Gail and help her out if you can. We'll be looking at a lot of contracts today. It's a great day for you guys to share some of your contract experiences too. We're looking at addenda, contracts, forms for money, mineral rights, critical date lists, all kinds of good stuff. I'm pretty clear that you guys have my cell number because I got bombarded this morning. So use it if you need it. And then here we go. We don't need to discuss the group work, but I am open right now to see if any of you have any questions about your capstone projects. You all have come back with some really good feedback. Are there any outstanding questions I need to answer for you about problems you're having with the project? Looks like you guys have resolved your issues, but the feedback has been tremendous. Thank you, especially on how the markets were set up and how little information was available. So thanks again for all of that. Here we go. I'm going to always show you the contract we're working on first. So you'll see that we're in Texas for or TXR form 1801 for improved property. And then when you get to the next slide, you'll always see in the upper corner the number of the contract, because if you can't see, I've already cut the bottom off. And the bottom is where we would always see our contract number. So I cut it off because I needed to expand the size so you all could see what we were looking at together. So let's see if I can get it right this time. I had my arrows doing some crazy stuff last time. I think I got it together, guys. So here we go. We are looking at the improved property contract. Don't forget to verify your seller and your buyer. They might not be individuals. They may be corporations. If they are corporations, make sure they're the ones that have permission to be signing this contract. You need proof that they're a part of whatever group they say they're a part of. Property is going to mean real property situated somewhere at some address that might need to be legally described either on an exhibit or as follows, and that would be some extra space you might need, especially if we've got multiple parcels, etc. So if you have a lengthier description, you can go on and add some paperwork there. Seller will sell and convey the property together with. This is really key. Review this list to make sure that everyone is aware of what the contract is saying, because if your seller doesn't agree with it, they need to know that now. There need to be exceptions written in later. This thing is conveying the property with fixtures, improvements, all rights privileges. And one of the things that got my attention was that there are exceptions allowed, but you're going to definitely need to know what those are, how to work them, and to grab addenda when needed. So this is Lawyerville. This is when lawyers need to get in here. It also says the seller's tangible personal property located on the property using connection with the property's operations. That's going to be those HVAC systems, things that help you manage the property. Now, let me get real clear. Tangible personal property is missing a key phrase, and I've always argued it needs to go in there. It's tangible income producing personal property. So it's not a person's personal property. It's whatever is used on that property that has any role in income production. So yes, it is the air conditioning system. Yes, it might be furniture in the lobby. And if that's not what we're going to be selling, we need to make sure we've said so. Put that back up on the screen for you. And I'm thinking one more notation on this one. Any personal property not included in the sale must be removed by the seller prior to closing. Note, selling, buying an owner-occupied property, single-tenant building does not automatically mean the business is included. If you are buying or selling an owner-occupied single-tenant building, it doesn't mean, and let me not confuse anyone. It doesn't even matter if it's owner-occupied or one tenant. Don't assume the business is being sold along with the property. And let me share this because I thought I had it up on the screen for you to see. It doesn't matter if it's owner occupied or a single tenant. Again, thank you, Miguel. You're not necessarily selling the business, you're selling the building unless you otherwise make that notation. Take a look at, let me go back here. We've got the sales price noted. And when you get to the financing section, you do need to be clear. Is this contingent upon something else? Is it contingent upon getting third-party financing in accordance with an addendum? Is it not contingent? Are we doing any assumptions? If we're going to do them, there is a form for that. The buyer is going to assume the existing promissory note secured by the property. So we're going to need to be sure we know exactly what we're looking for. Seller financing. We have discussed this before. Love it. Delivery of a promissory note and deed of trust from the buyer to the seller. We're going to hand that over just like we got a mortgage, and there will be an addendum to help aid that process. So just be aware it's there. Our contract for deed transactions legal in Texas? Yes, they are. Secretary of State's website even says so. But make sure if you are doing a contract for deed that you are clear it is not the same as seller financing. Get clarity, get it in writing. Be sure you know what you're doing there. Looking in the chat, just checking. Now, it says deed of trust, deliver a promissory note or deed of trust. And there are going to be a few things I want to share with you shortly, but be sure you understand what's going on. The deed of trust also is about the repayment. Take a look here. From the previous page, the warranty deed transfers the ownership from current owner to the new buyer. The deed of trust, which is what we just pointed at, ensures the lender has an interest in the property. In case of default, I can snatch it back. So that deed of trust was not the same as the warranty deed, just FYI. So both get filed as a part of the public records. They just serve two different purposes. So earnest money, there's your deadline. It's due 3 days after the effective date. If buyer fails to timely deposit the earnest money, seller may terminate. Please note that that says buyer. Now you can insert yourself into this process if you want, but the responsibility is on the buyer to get this money over here. Buyer is going to deposit an additional amount, maybe with the title company, maybe if there's additional money to be paid. And do we have the right to terminate this agreement? Interesting note about this contract. Let me see if I can find it. There it is right there with the star. I'm not a fan of this. The buyer may instruct the title company to deposit the earnest money into an earnest bearing account at a federally insured financial institution to credit any interest to the buyer. I think people start getting a little sensitive about you making money and handing it over, but be aware that it's in the contract in case people feel some kind of way about it. There we go. Just one more time. Earnest bearing, interest bearing account, and that money goes back to the buyer. So, wow, we're making money here. The UCC search. This one is where life gets a little rough, my friends. The UCC search, we talked about it briefly, and I think I need to show you a couple of things. I'm going to go look at that on the next slide. But with regard to the title policy, which is also a part of this clause, the seller, perhaps at the seller's expense, is going to furnish it. And then we get down here. The standard printed exception that will cover discrepancies, conflicts, shortages in areas and boundary lines. I'm going to recommend that you check the box that says it will be amended to cover shortages in area. Does anybody have a feeling about why we do or don't do this? Because personally, I think we should, and I don't particularly care who pays for it because it is so cheap. Has anyone ever dealt with this on the residential side? Just looking.
Yes.
What is your advice to your buyer or seller about that one clause? Go ahead, Gail. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I tell them that they should check that box to get coverage for shortages in area, because you could have an encroachment on a boundary line and they wouldn't cover it. Otherwise, the title company's just not going to cover that.
And how inexpensive is it? Have you ever calculated it? It's cheap.
Like $100 or so, 150. I mean, it's not that much.
It's not worth the fight, especially in residential. Well, I'm not signing that. Well, honey, I'll pay for it. Can we move on? I mean, in some small end sales, it's like $50, $75. We fighting over $75?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so even on a larger scale commercial transaction, call the title company, ask them for a quick calculation. How much is this? Because it's almost never worth the fight. Someone check the box, get the shortages in area covered. It's just not worth it. Back on the screen. All right, here we go. And what was I pointing at here? Here we go. Within so many days, you know, if we're going to do this, and this should be a little higher, but we just want to make sure that we have got these title commitments done in a timely fashion. But again, costs are nominal. Get the estimate from the title company before y'all make this a fight. It just isn't worth it. Now we're going to look real quick at about 2 more slides. I'm going to get y'all back over to the UCC. I don't want you to think I left you because it's key. Your survey here, you're definitely going to need to get that sucker taken care of. Buyer will obtain a survey, but I want you to take a note. In accordance with the ALTA NSPS Land Title Survey Standards. It's interesting that it's on there. That's Texas or Texas Society of Professional Surveyors Standards. That's their little symbol right there. If you see that on your survey, this is what you're dealing with. You may end up with a seller furnishing the same document. We still need it in accordance with that organization. Or seller is going to deliver that sucker, but if it's not acceptable to the title company, who's going to pay to update it? If we're delivering something that is existing, someone still needs to ante up and say, I've got it covered. So let's be clear. The closing date will be extended up to 30 days if necessary, so we can update the survey. So that's covered if we must update it. The other party may also need to reimburse the updating party the cost of a new or updated survey if closing goes through. So be aware that there's some money involved and some timeline shifting when it comes to those existing surveys. It's kind of not as simple as what goes on in residential. So let's get back to this UCC search. Did we cover this briefly about maybe 3 classes ago? Did we hit UCC searches? We didn't. I do so many commercial classes, some days I forget what I do. Let me tell you what a UCC search is. The UCC search is done through the Texas Secretary of State's office. And what it does is it puts a document on file that lays claim to someone's income producing personal property if a default of some contract occurs where that property is listed as the collateral. So you have to make a filing with the state of Texas Secretary of State's office that says, I own all of this stuff if this party defaults on our contract in this fashion. I'll show you where the filing should be made. And if we have time, I'll even show you why we even have it, because I've got something that's much more explanatory. So let me go back to this and I'll show you a few things you're going to need to explain this to your clients, because they usually flip out when they see it. Okay, so with regard to that UCC search, it could be prepared by a reporting service. It does need to be filed with the Secretary of State, so that reminder is in there for you. And it needs to be on file in the county where the property is located. It is, one more time, let me go ahead and highlight for you since I didn't underline it. It's related to that personal property, but just don't forget to mentally insert the phrase income producing. So look at here, Sharon, Candace, Raquel Berger, we're not interested in your EpiPen in the refrigerator. I don't care that your diabetes medication is sitting in the refrigerator. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the sweater that you keep on the back seat. I'm talking about, on the back of your chair. I'm talking about your computers. I'm talking about your desks. I'm talking about your office furniture, your telephones, even your fleet. If you have vehicles, those might be mine too. So again, I'm not talking about your pictures and all your personal stuff. If it's a vacant building, it might be necessary if we've got things like air conditioning systems with portions that are on the ground outside the property. It might be. Good question. And there might be storage separate from the actual building on the same parcel, but not in the building. You'd be surprised. Is that something you would always require your buyer to get? I would require anybody to secure what you believe you have the right to in case of default. Yes. And if you are a business that leases anything to anyone, you'll need to get in the habit of making UCC filings. For example, now that's a purchase contract, but if I'm leasing, or let me back up. I am the leasing manager. I'm the property manager. I've locked Veronica out of her suite. Veronica, we know you're a good woman. I'm just saying, in case I lock you out. If I locked you out, but Niquay is renting all of the restaurant equipment or leasing it out to Veronica. Well, when I lock Veronica out and I want to, as the landlord, lay claim to all of her stuff, I can't lay claim to Niquay's equipment because she leased it to Veronica. That's her stuff. It didn't even belong to Veronica, which is why I can't claim ownership of it. And Niquay, having also put her UCC filing in the state and county offices, can say, hey, open that door, that's my stuff. And I would have to open the door. So it's a tricky thing, but it is very beneficial for businesses who need to get their stuff out, or if you're a landlord or a seller or buyer, you may need to lock some stuff down. But I'll show you something a little more definitive shortly. And it'll help you all see what that UCC filing is about. And I'm gonna let you take pictures of it so you can explain to your clients how that thing works. Give me just a moment and I'll get it to you. Buyer's objections to the commitment survey and UCC search. Within so many days after the buyer gets the commitment, blah, 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 if the matters disclosed are a restriction upon the property or constitute a defect or encumbrance to title, we can definitely object to that. We also need to make sure that you note that the items show that any part of the property lies in a special flood hazard. We may have the room to make some objections here. We need to be clear about what's in the survey. Are we in flood zones? Take the time to look at everything you get here. So if you get the copy of the last commitment and copies of documents evidencing your exceptions, required surveys, you get the UCC search, the buyer may object to matters disclosed in those items if they are restrictions upon the property. And again, if those items show that any part of it lies in a special flood hazard, you get a chance to kind of say, whoa, let me out. Seller may, but is not obligated to, cure those objections. If the buyer is going to object, the seller is given some time to cure them. So may, but is not obligated to. Now this is nowhere in your, I want you to see where to go. Because if it's not your area of specialty, I need you to be able to send your client to the UCC area of the Secretary of State's website so they and their attorneys can do their research on the filing. Hey, Chandra, what's your experience on the cost for the search, my friend? I've never had to do that. What's your experience on the cost?
The building my husband and I own, we just had a recent appraisal done, and it required a UCC search, and it costs $18.
What? Oh, come on, y'all. That's definitely.
The bank actually tried to upcharge it, and my brother-in-law is a banker, and he was like, yeah, don't let them charge you $85. It costs $18. So we renegotiated, and we actually had the cost taken off completely.
Get it, Chandra. Thank you. Did y'all hear that wisdom right there? And then there is information to tell you how to pull the report. So there's the link up at the top for you. This is what the site looks like, the SOS Direct, that just stands for Secretary of State. So that way you can go yank that stuff yourself if you got the patience to use the website. I'm never that patient. I believe in paying people to do things. I have to admit that it's my shortcoming in life. Okay, now let me show you something. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the table. I swear to goodness, I've given away almost all of my classes to you guys, my friends, but I feel like you need to see this. So what I'm going to show you is what I teach in commercial leasing contracts 101 regarding the, and I'm pulling it up now. Give me just a moment with our delay. And let me show you what I actually teach people about that UCC filing, commercial leasing contracts, open. And let me get you to the other page. Stop share. Let me share this document instead. Don't y'all be photographing my class, sneaking. Y'all need to pay $37.50 to get it. I'm being really mean. Here we go. UCC filing for you. Okay, so when I teach this class, let me see if I can blow it up a little bit for you so you can see a little bit better. All this is doing is telling you guys, take the doggone class and come on and join me. Right here, this is the lease contract form 2101. We'll hit it later, but I got to show it to you now. Right there, it says landlord's lien and security interest. And what it says, look over here in blue, because I've blown it up for you to see it. It says to secure a tenant's performance under the lease. Landlord, the tenant is giving the landlord a lien and security interest against, check it out, y'all, all of the tenants' non-exempt personal property in the leased premises or somewhere on the property. Now, that also goes on to say this lease is a security agreement for the purposes of the UCC. Landlord may file a financing statement to perfect that security interest. I know I was speaking in English, but if anybody knows what the heck that means, speak up now or forever hold your peace. Let me get you to the next slide, because that doesn't make any sense to the average person. This is the slide you need to photograph. I'm just going to give it away to you. This is what the UCC is about. Your client ever calls you up and says, what the heck? Huh? I need you to sound like you've been doing this 20 years. First of all, the UCC, the Uniform Commercial Code, the plain definition is first published in 52. It's one of several uniform acts that have been put into law with a goal of harmonizing the law of sales and other commercial transactions nationwide. So why do we need it? Well, the goal here again, harmonizing how we do business because of the prevalence of commercial transactions that go beyond Texas. We ain't all doing business just here in Texas. So take a look. For example, goods might be produced over in state A, warehoused over in state B, sold from state C, and oh, look at here, delivered in state D. What is that called? That's called Amazon at Christmas. That's called right now. You understand what I'm saying? Someone made it in Massachusetts. It's warehoused right here next to me down the street at Amazon's warehouse. Someone in New York bought it and delivered it over there to Connecticut. You understand that we need to keep our uniform rules in place so that we can make these transactions smooth. But what's that got to do with you buying, leasing, and selling a property? Well, in the code, there is an article, Article 9. It states that companies must properly document your goods in order to obtain a legal claim to the debtor's collateral if the debtor doesn't satisfy its obligations. So if a restaurant tenant fails to pay the rent, the landlord can claim the content of the suite. That's what that clause said in the contract. On the other hand, if the tenant leases those dishwashing machines for its restaurant, the landlord cannot lay claim to that stuff because Niquay went ahead and filed her document saying, hey, the machines, it's mine, they're mine, you can't have them. So with the same filing of its lease contracts, the restaurant supply protects its stuff, but the landlord lays claim to everything else. And again, they're made at the Secretary of State's office as well as in the county. Did that help just a little bit? Seeing the phrase UCC filing and reading it like it's presented almost makes zero sense. It took me 2 weeks to get that definition down. Did that help out even just the smallest bit, y'all? Just a little bit, okay. Because clients are starting to get savvy and go, wait, what? And we need to be able to explain those things. So it looks like it is time for a break. So how about you take one? And I'll see you back here at exactly 10 minutes after the hour.
I have a question, Mish, for when we come back.
If it's good, save it. Yeah, but what is it so I can be prepared?
It's about filing it. So I just don't know, like, say you saying for someone to file it after we lease the equipment, do we file it or do we file it once we found out that they have been in default? So it's just a question.
Oh, no. Once you lease it, really good question. Once you lease it and you get that signature, you would file it.
Okay.
And you may never need to pull it. You may never need to prove that stuff is yours. But if you ever find yourself coming up on someone like me and someone's locked up at the suite, yeah, you're going to need to prove, hey, give me my stuff. And I deal with this all the time. We're talking nightclubs with stereo equipment. You know what I'm saying? I've locked up churches, and honey, the drummer's like, can I get my drums up out the building? You know, so people want their stuff back. I need receipts or a UCC filing proving it's yours and not the person that rented the space.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome. We've got about 3 minutes left on break. We've got about 3 minutes left on break, my friends. Get ready to come on back, you guys.
Mish,
Yes.
it's Amy. Hey, on a apartment complex, like you have a a 50 unit apartment complex, do you require it's a whatever what is the commercial about the property, or do you have everybody do a seller's disclosure on that?
Which one? You kind of left me hanging there. Commercial what?
Well, there's some kind of commercial property condition form, right?
Okay, there's two different kinds. There's the property condition form you would give any tenant moving in, but when a sale does happen, yes, there is also a property condition form. And I think we went over it Friday because we were looking at what do you know about material defects? Are there any environmental issues that are known, et cetera? So yes, I think it's form 1408 that there is one to be used.
Even on multifamily, they use that.
Absolutely. If you know about any environmental issue, because see, it's still, this is a favorite of mine, the favorite thing to discuss, because multifamily is still a commercial investment, even though for the people who are on the property, it is a residential dwelling. It is still a commercial investment. So yes, ma'am, we still need to know about environmental issues, et cetera, building problems, asbestos, all that stuff. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just curious because I've got a multifamily unit property deal, and the other agent said that you don't use that commercial property form on multifamily. You use seller's disclosure on every unit.
See, and that gets, you know what, if that's her style and that's what she wants to do, then that's just fine. And I could argue that you could use a combination of both. You could use the 1408 when you are looking at the asset on a larger scale, and we're looking at the parking lots. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's renting that. We still need to look at rooftops. We need to look at attic spaces, swimming pools, those pumping systems that come with it. You know, you understand what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with the tenants, plus any potential EPA violations if there are elevators on property. That isn't a tenant thing. So I can see her argument and I can see the need to do the other one as well. So it may be a combination.
Okay.
Have that conversation with her and see where you two land. Anybody have any thoughts about that though? It was a good question though, Amy. I like it. I hadn't actually been presented with the issue, but I wouldn't say this is a hard line thing. I think you two should compromise.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. All right, let's hit it. Let's do it. We got stuff to do, my friends. So since property condition is on the screen, and Amy, I'm going to say your last name because I think it's kind of cool, but as Amy Weathered mentioned, I just like your last name. We are looking at property condition. So, and then there's feasibility, which is really what I want to kind of get into. Buyer accepts a property in its present condition, except that seller, at the seller's expense, might need to complete some things. That's fine. But the feasibility period is what gets my attention about this contract. And I find that people skip over this. They take it a little too lightly. So let's take a look at it. Independent consideration needs to be put down. And it does say that buyer may terminate this contract for any reason. Let me highlight where I'm reading. May terminate this contract for any reason within so many days after the feasibility period by providing seller written notice of termination. But let's get down here. If the buyer terminates this paragraph 7B, the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer less a certain amount of money that the seller is going to retain as independent consideration for the unrestricted right to terminate. So that means the money is going to be pulled out of the earnest, which means 100% of the earnest doesn't go back. Does that make sense, y'all? It's not massively confusing, but there isn't two separate pools of money being turned over, one being the termination fee, the other being the earnest fee. So if no dollar amount is stated in 7B1, or if the buyer fails to deposit that earnest money, which is why it was key that y'all recognize the buyer needs to do this, the buyer will not have the right to terminate under this paragraph. Doesn't mean termination can't happen. It might be related to financing, but under this paragraph, money does need to be deposited. Then, not later than 3 days after the effective date, the buyer must pay seller a certain amount of money, independent consideration for the right to terminate. So there was another choice on the table. Again, if no dollar amount is stated, then this won't be the way you get out of your contract, but you had a choice. Are we going to take it out of the earnest, or will we give a separate pool of funding? So it's not automatic that there's earnest and termination option money. Just wanted to draw that distinction for you. The feasibility period extension, you may need more time. I hope you don't, but consult with the lender to find out how much time they're going to need to do that environmental site assessment. Talk to the seller's agent. If you are the seller's agent, then talk to your client about how long it's going to take to collect all these documents that are going to be needed. That's going to slow you down. This is the buyer's due diligence period, and you don't want to slow them down. Inspections, studies, or assessments. During the feasibility period, the buyer at their expense might complete or cause to be completed lots of stuff. The buyer must employ only, and this was really key, trained and qualified inspectors and assessors. The seller may even go back and say, look, let me see licenses. Let's make sure that we've got good people doing this stuff. The seller at the seller's expense is going to turn on the utilities. Turn them on. I came by the building and you didn't turn them on. Now during a lease, I might not turn them on. But during this sale, we're going to treat this just like a home sale. Turn the stuff on. Let me be able to see what I need to see. The buyer needs to abide by any reasonable entry rules required by the seller. And if there are tenants who, have certain rules, we have to abide by that too. Don't just go up in there. But don't forget my friend at the gas station with her Louboutins, diamonds, and fur coat. Come on now. Do not interfere with existing operations or occupants. Big, big no-no. Now, this is where you all need to kind of get involved with the seller. Big time. Keep this list handy. Please keep it handy. All of the stuff on this list is fair game and the buyer may ask for it. So within a certain amount of time, the buyer may say, I need, and will check all that apply. And they could check everything. That's a long list of stuff. This is why, and I'm going to go back for someone who needs let me just go back. She needs to take a picture of the prior page. Let me just scooch back, y'all. Forgive me. You get it? All right, let me go back again. Go back and go forward, I should say forward. Your clients as buyers have the right to ask for a whole bunch of stuff. And this is a really, really lengthy list of stuff, my friends. Your best bet representing the seller is to have asked, and I'm about to get to underlining a whole bunch of stuff, so here we go. But get your client ready to hand all this stuff over. So what's the best thing to do? Ask for it before the listing goes up. You're going to slow down the sale process if you are waiting on your client to turn this mess in. And look at all the stuff they need. Rent roll. They need current lease, copies of current leases. I will say, many of us don't hand over copies of current tenant leases. You can come in the office and see what you need to see. There's too much copying. Especially if you buy the building, the leases will be yours. So what's up with the second copy? A lot of times we ask them to come in. But if you're looking at, let's see, C, current inventory of personal property to be conveyed, and copies of any leases. So again, Niquay might be leasing something to someone. We need to see what leases are in place, all kinds of stuff, my friends. Warranties on certain parts of the property, like the roof and roofing repair if it's new. We need insurance policies, leasing and commission agreements, especially if we agree to renewal commission, you're getting commission on renewals, that's future money, all kinds of stuff. And there's my reminder, ask about renewals too. The as-built plans and specs of the property. You need to get every blueprint and as-built you can find. Copies of invoices for utilities and repairs incurred in the last 24 months. This was really key right after Harvey. Woo, we needed those docs in the worst way. What did you do to fix this building? All kinds of stuff. Again, I'm just going to speed through it. Copies of any ESAs, environmental site assessments, because the lender might accept it. And I think this might be the last thing highlighted on the slide. So photograph it now if you want to. I think all arrows and underlines are up. All right, did I need to go back? Let me go back. I'm sorry, I see cameras coming out. Here we go. It's coming up, y'all. Give it a moment. There we go. Did everyone get it? I'll do a better job of letting you know when all highlights are up. That way you can photograph it in its entirety. Next page, let me go ahead and get all the highlights up. Return of property information. If this thing terminates, the buyer will not later than 10 days after termination date, and you'll need to check what's going to apply. Delete or destroy electronic versions of what I gave you. Deliver to the seller copies of all inspections, and et cetera, et cetera. This is going to survive termination of the contract. If the seller wants their stuff back, your clients as buyers may need to be prepared to give it back. Contracts affecting operations. Until closing, the seller will operate the property in the same manner as on the effective date. So just be aware that there's also a choice, and will not transfer or dispose of any part of the property while we are waiting to close. We are not going to be transferring or disposing of any part of the property. After the feasibility period is over, the seller may not enter into any other contract, terminate anything that's going to affect operations. And what we mean here is, if I have a contract, that's the end of the highlighting if you want to photograph it. But what that means is, if I have a service contract for HVAC inspections, I have a service contract for housekeeping, don't go terminating that thing because we think we're about to close. Continue housekeeping in the office building until we've closed on the sale. So that's what this is for, contracts affecting operations. We're not terminating the thing until we know we are done. Leases, here we go. Each written lease, the seller is to assign to the buyer under this contract must be in full force and effect according to its terms. Sellers may not enter into any new leases, fail to comply with existing leases, or make amendments or modifications, y'all, once we're in here, everything needs to pretty much come to a standstill. No moving and changing anything. I am buying the property because of the way it is. So no changes. All right, seller needs to disclose in writing if any of the following exist at the time the seller provides the leases to the buyer. Any failure by the seller to comply with their obligations, and I don't know why they wouldn't, but hey, seller, if you know you didn't do something you should have, like paint the walls for a full floor tenant upon renewal, but you don't want to do it because we're selling, you need to say something. Circumstances under the lease that entitle the tenant to terminate the lease or seek any offsets. Any non-occupancy of the leased premises by a tenant. Doesn't mean they're not leasing it, they just may not be occupying it, and I've seen that. Any advance sums paid by the tenant. Some tenants do pay up to a year in advance. Estoppel documents. This is a big deal in my business. This is the last of the highlighting. Those things need to be delivered. Let me highlight right here. And I'm going to say 10 days. I need those estoppels back. Seller will deliver to the buyer estoppel certificates signed not any earlier than some date of your choosing by every tenant that leases space on the property. And I need them bad boys back in 10 days. We're eating into a 45-day, potentially a 45-day feasibility period. So I need those things back quickly, just FYI. This is the end of the highlighting for this particular page if you need to photograph it. Moving on. All right, this is where some of the rubber starts to hit the road when it comes to your money. Principal broker is typically the one that represents the seller. The cooperating broker is usually the one that represents the buyer. And it's written down here so that you can kind of see that. The reminder is on screen for you, right here. I want to draw to your attention. I think Benjamin, he and I had a great conversation at the end of class Friday. I think Benjamin might be able to really attest to this. Chandra, I feel like you might be, and Angela as well. Take a look at this down here. I find it interesting that Texas Realtors was wise enough to catch it. The principal broker might represent not only the seller, perhaps just the buyer, but could be the intermediary between seller and buyer. Wouldn't you know that choice C is the thing that happens really often? It just does. It happens often that buyers come in independently and they come in without any help from anyone else. There is no cooperating broker. They come in alone. And intermediary happens a lot in commercial real estate, except there's one issue. Commercial agents who are not necessarily realtors are not slammed with intermediary training like we are. They just don't get it like we do. They are not hit regularly. And so what happens is it is very common in a document that comes from a landlord, right, Matthew? Not a Texas Realtors document, but a document from the landlord. We're talking them 90-page sales contracts. And if you will flip somewhere in the back, you'll see that it might even say representation. And the only broker that is a party to this contract is, and it may say the seller's agent is the only broker that is a party to this transaction. That has effectively removed you from this transaction. You need to go look and see it there. This happens in leases more commonly, but I just want you to know it's common. Texas Realtors has covered you, but if you're going to get a document from an attorney or some management firm that's not one of these, it would behoove you to get deep in the back of an 80-page lease around 73, 74, and go see who's representing who. Matthew, do you have any like additions or experience with that? Because it's usually well hidden, but past the point where you all stop reading. Let me get you back up on the screen. Let me see. Let me underline a few things and highlight a few things for you. All right, so fees. There is a notation here to complete the agreement between brokers on page 14 of this particular document. Only if you're going to click option number 1. Option number 1 says the seller is going to pay the principal broker the fee specified in a separate written commission agreement. So just be aware that there's some methods to which form we're using. Or at the closing of the sale, seller will pay, and there is the first time in writing we see it noted. So you can either use a separate document or put it right here. Quite frankly, I'd be doing all of the above. I'll be honest with you. Get that money secured anywhere and everywhere you can. So you being the cooperating broker, if you're representing the buyer, you're signing here. If you are representing the landlord only or all parties, you might put your information here. But be sure to put something in there, and note that you are covered one more time by Chapter 62 of that Texas Property Code, and it authorizes the broker to file a lien against the property. I'm sorry, that is the last of the highlighting on that page. Pick your closing dates carefully. I'll just say that. Cooperate with the title company and the lender. Just pick your closing dates carefully. All right, moving on for you.
Hey,
Let's-
Miss, can you go back one more?
You want the full slide?
The one before.
Coming back, hold on, going back. There you go.
No, the next one.
Oh, prior,
Yes.
back. If it'll let me, hold on, come on. This one?
Yes, thank you.
Mish,
Yes.
you know what happened to me once on that when paragraph 10, I filled that out before I sent over an agreement between brokers.
Yes.
The seller was actually a broker himself, and it was an off-market property, but I thought, again, I was protected because I'd filled out paragraph 10, sent it over. Well, when it came to negotiating, that was the first thing he marked through and slashed my commission. Oh, yeah. And so at that point, it was harder to fight it than if I'd had an agreement between brokers, because then it's right there for my client to see, and they're going to be thinking, and I did tell them, I said, you know what, I work hard for my commission and I'm going to push back. But I was just astounded that that happened. Whereas it may have been a little easier if I'd have sent over the agreement between brokers first, and I could have fought with them a little bit privately before it went out to everyone. I must say it was
Yeah.
odd.
Commission thing in commercial is touchy, isn't it, Angela? And again, y'all, this is why I duck and dodge at closing, my friends. I'm not ashamed to say it. Again, here are your cigars. Here's your whiskey. Y'all have a lovely day. I'm out. Because they will still ask you for a piece of it at that closing table. But thank you for that, Angela.
Hey, Mish,
Yes. Yes.
what about structured commissions when you're dealing with large commercial properties? Have you had any run-in with those?
Personally, no, but I'm a meanie when it comes to my money. The only structure we have is there usually might be payments that are doled out over a period of time based on certain things happening. And it's okay. I will allow for a few months to pass. I'll take half now, half later. There's some caveats I've agreed to because the tenant, or excuse me, buyer I repped was a friend. But as far as those kinds of layouts, no, personally, I have not. Give me my money. Has anyone had any experience and can help out with that answer?
Well, we had one where it was a commission on the first X amount of million, and then it changed to a lower percentage on the next amount. And then it changed again on the third amount, and that's how it was kind of structured. So that, I guess, to be on that agreement between brokers, because you couldn't fit all that on this type of form, I guess.
Yeah, and I
Or is
do.
there something?
Excellent point. I hear feedback, but excellent point, Cheyenne, because I've not had to deal with any of those. When I was involved in multi-million-dollar sale transactions, I was an employee at the time. The things I've done as an independent broker, my sales are usually up to about 2 million. And so we're not at that point where I've got to break things down. So that's why my exposure to that is minimal. I was on salary. Salary sucks. Can I just say that? I'd rather get commission. Smells like yes. So Cheyenne, thank you for inserting that information because that's not been my experience. Oh, there it is. Share. There we go. Let me get some markings up on this page for y'all. We've got these warranty deeds. We've already spoken about general and special, but I want you to see this underline. The deed must include a vendor's lien if any part of the sales price is financed. And I found that to be very interesting. If any part of the sale was financed. Let's move forward a little bit. Vendor's lien is the phrase I want you to remember because I'm going to show you something in a moment. But at closing, the seller at the seller's expense is also going to deliver to the buyer some documents. But what you really need is this current rent roll on the day of closing. That's going to be needed. And I just thought I'd bring that to your attention. Evidence that the person executing the contract is legally capable and authorized to do that. We already had that break, so let's get straight to these vendors' liens. Texas recognizes when a vendor's lien is reserved in the deed, that the vendor retains legal title in the property until the purchase price is paid. This legal title is referred to as superior title. This is not in your book. So general warranty deeds contain both express and implied warranties. It is going to be, and let me put it all up so y'all go ahead and photograph it now, okay? It's the preferred form of a deed for a buyer because it expressly warrants the whole chain of title back to the sovereign. And it binds the person granting it to defend against defects, even if those defects were created prior to their period of ownership. Special warranty deeds in the green box, title is warranted only from the grantor and no further back than that time that they had it. HUD does this a lot with their homes. Grantor is liable for title defects only while they owned it. A deed without warranties is a real thing. It is just what it sounds like, a conveyance of real property without warranties, express or implied, as to any matter whatsoever. So if one is the seller of a property that has a deed without warranties, then one cannot be too careful in assuring that all warranties are executed. Your next natural question should be, who the heck would make or accept a deed without warranties? And even I had to go doing a little research because I knew you'd ask me and I wouldn't have an answer. Here we go. This is what I found in researching this question. The usual case is when the parties are unsure as to the extent of the grantor's interest, or if the grantor is willing to enter into the conveyance only on the condition that there's no liability in doing so. So a deed without warranties may transfer the interest in a certain property or it may not. The parties assume the risk of the uncertainty. Why? You're killing me with this. A deed without warranties is considered a lower form of deed, but it is still effective in transferring title. As a form of transfer, it is superior to a quit claim that is discussed next. So this one means I'm going to sell you this property and you're going to have a deed that says it's yours, but I'm not going to warranty anything. Not one blasted, not even while I had it will I guarantee anything. I'm just giving you the deed. Here you go, knock yourself out. Now let's move forward on this quit claim. Let me put it all up. Y'all might as well just snap a picture of the whole thing, get it all up for you. There you go. Blue box first. A quit claim is not a true deed at all, since it's technically not a conveyance. It merely quits a claim by a grantor to any rights, title, and interest that they may have in a property if such an interest exists. It does not grant anything like a deed does. It just quits a claim, and it contains no warranty about declarity of title. Assumption deeds in the red box are general or special warranty deeds of the usual type, just FYI. The difference, however, is that assumption deeds expressly provide as part of the consideration that the grantee will assume liability for any existing indebtedness and promise to discharge one or more existing liens against the property. So that means we got some issues and we promise to clear them up. In 2015, and we talked about this briefly, I think, 2015, Texas joined more than 25 other states allowing for a transfer on death deed. Some people call it a TODD, some people call it a TOD. And it is an uncomplicated, non-probate method of transferring title when the owner dies. This is excellent for people who want to just, hey, when I pass on, we're not fighting, it's yours. Well, the only way to do that I know of right now is through the transfer on death deed. And then finally, you got a traditional deed in lieu of foreclosure. DIL is a specialized instrument designed to transfer property to a lender in satisfaction of a debt and in exchange for a full and complete release. So homeowners do this to avoid the stigma of foreclosure. And yeah, you gotta move. Basically, I'm handing over my house. I can't pay the bills. I don't want you to foreclose on me. I'm giving you the deed. Don't put that foreclosure on my record. That's what that is. And yeah, you got to give it up. You're giving up the house, you got to move. But it does exist, a deed in lieu of foreclosure. I don't do any of these, but I am putting them on the table for you so that when you hear it, you go, oh yeah, let me go do some research or have my client call an attorney. I will admit this is not my wheelhouse, my friends, but again, I needed you to know because it keeps coming up in these contracts. Let's keep moving on. We got to move even faster now. I'm gonna put all the markings up. Excuse me. Security deposits. Sign and send to each tenant the property a written statement that acknowledges the buyer has received and is responsible for those security deposits and specifies that exact amount that's on file. Let's look down here. Possession. Seller will deliver possession of property in its present condition with any repairs the seller was obligated to complete. And there was a moment when you could say, I need you to fix certain things. We get all my markings up. Let me see, how many more markings do we have? That was it. Just want you to see traditional seller's expenses, traditional buyer's expenses. Things are listed in advance. If you don't agree with them, strike them out. Chapter 537.11D of the TREC rules allows you to do strikeouts in Texas Realtor forms. Let me just put it in the chat for you. Unless somebody else wants to put it in there, 537.11D allows an agent, I'm putting it in the chat, or broker to do a strikeout in a TR contract. Who remembers what things have to happen in order for you to do a strikeout? Two things have to happen. Do y'all remember? Get it in.
Written permission,
Right, and it has to come from whom?
the client.
Your client, not your customer. So make sure that, you know, they're definitely your client or their attorney. And you are allowed, 537.11D, y'all can look it up yourselves. It will allow you to strike through. So if you don't agree with the expenses that have already been split out in this contract, catch it. All right, moving on. Let's get up all the, that was all that was on there. If the amount of ad valorem or valorums, everybody says it differently, taxes for the year in which the sale closes is not available on the closing date, taxes will be prorated on the basis of taxes assessed in the previous year. And you understand that these parties are going to have to separate, do this stuff later on their own. The parties will adjust this stuff on their own later, just FYI. Rollback taxes are a booger. If you don't understand them, definitely pull in an attorney. But this comes into play when the property's use changes. Properties oftentimes are taxed based on how they're used, or they have tax savings based on how they are used. And if you change how they're used, the government can go back 5 years and say, well, let me collect these taxes since you're not using it this way anymore. Defaults, I'm not going to say a whole bunch, but I want you to be aware that on the default slide, you need to read it carefully. Who's in trouble and when? So you need to be sure that everyone knows what their ability to go back and mediate, litigate, and arbitrate is. Moving forward on casualty, loss, and condemnation. Let me put up all your little markings, make it easier for you to photograph quicker. And there we go. I think that's all markings on this slide. Casualty, loss, and condemnation. If any part of the property is damaged or destroyed by fire or any other casualty like a hurricane after the effective date, look at here, the seller needs to pumped it, dumped it back together again as soon as reasonably possible. Or if without fault the seller can't do so, the buyer may terminate the contract and the earnest money less that independent consideration will be refunded. Or they might be able to extend the time to perform or accept at closing the property in its damaged condition and assignment of any insurance proceeds the seller was entitled to and a credit to the sales price in the amount of any unpaid deductible under the policy. We do have solutions for massive issues that can happen. If before closing condemnation happens, hey, you might be able to terminate, you might be able to appear and defend, but just be aware, just remember condemnation is the acquisition or taking of private property for public purposes. It happens. I've been involved in them. They're not fun. Get an attorney. Don't get too deeply involved in that. You're trying to fight the government. Bam. Let me get all markings up on this one. Just to make life simpler, I need to see a star and another circle and a circle. There we go. All right. Escrow at closing, the earnest money will be applied first to any cash down payments. You all know how this goes. B, if one party makes a demand for the earnest money, the title company will give notice of the demand by providing the other party a copy of the demand. If the title company does not receive written objection from the other party within 15 days after the title company sent the demand to the other party, the title company may choose to go ahead and disperse that earnest money. So acknowledge all emails, all mail, because somebody might be losing some money. The title company may say, I'm out of this. Here's your money back. Y'all have a great day. Title company complies with paragraph 18. Each party hereby releases the title company from any claims related to how they release that earnest money. Make sure your client sees this, my friends. Earnest money is always a source of issue. Any party who wrongfully fails or refuses, look at this one, y'all know how that go, refuses to sign a release acceptable to the title company within 7 days after the receipt of the request, there's some things that might happen. Seller or buyer, let me see. There we go. Well, I'm sorry. What I missed was they may be liable to the other party for damages, that earnest money or reasonable attorney's fees and all costs of suit. Refusing to sign when the terms of this agreement were concrete is not a good move. Hands in the air for anyone who's dealt with a residential client who just did not want to let go of the earnest for no reason at all. That doesn't sit well in commercial. Do not do it. It's saying we're not refusing. Even the title company can say, I've given notice, we're done. There we go. All right, just checking the chat. And also, seller and buyer, there, I think, Gail, is this what you were sharing with us the other day about notification of 1031 exchanges? Is this what you were looking at, my friend?
Yes.
There you go. Seller or buyer intends to complete this transaction as part of a like-kind 1031 exchange. So there's an opportunity to make that notation. Moving on. Material facts and issues. Let me just highlight a couple of things. We're not going to sit here and highlight that all day. We've seen Form 1408, but you might want to attach it. Good question earlier about an apartment community, and there might be a need for the condition reports of the property overall versus what's going on inside certain units. There we go. I think that's everything to see on that particular one more line slide. This really does cover your behind, my colleagues, because it says any condition on the property that violates laws and ordinances. What that truly says is it's not your job to know this. It is the seller's job to know this, which is why Erica, Gwen, Benjamin, you don't know this, but in section 2, I was not a fan of our text constantly saying, 20, that you needed to be aware of, you need to collect, you need to make sure your client knows about zoning and all kinds of approvals. No, that's the seller's job. That's the owner's job. This is you in property management. I'm in paper pushing. Y'all catch what I'm throwing here? I'm in the paper pushing business. Do you all know what you do for a living? You keep people from strangling each other. That's what you do. You put the forms in place to keep people from having jacked up conversations. That's what you do. You are not the investor. You're not the pro at what it takes to own the building. You're good at it. Some of you are great at it, but all that responsibility is on the back of the seller and or the buyer. And even the documents are written that way, which is why, Benjamin, I needed all of us to kind of take the burden off of our shoulders and not take 100% responsibility for, you need to get this certificate, you need to get this compliance document, you need to get this inspection document. Seller. All right, back on the screen. Let me see. I don't think there was much to see here. We're cruising into a break. All right, on this one, mediation before arbitration. There isn't much to see. Just wanted to put that down there. Mediation first. Agreement of the parties. This contract contains the entire agreement and may not be changed except in writing, okay? This contract is binding on all parties and their heirs, but you need to know who all the parties are and all the heirs, executors, representatives, and successors. Y'all just need to find out who them people are. Let me make sure I've got everything up on the screen. I think that's everything. Definitely take a picture if you need to, but there's not a lot to see here. There's not a whole lot to see. But this party is binding on everyone. This particular document, let me just put everything up for you. That way you can photograph early. I think that's all that's here. Buyer may or may not assign the contract. That's a personal choice. Time is of the essence. Is everyone aware that time is of the essence is used way too generally in our business? Time is of the essence means what this paragraph is telling you. The parties require strict compliance with the time performance laid out in this contract. If that sucker says you got 10 days and you must comply in the time period specified. It says here, if the last day to perform under a provision on this contract falls on a Saturday, a Sunday, a legal holiday, then the time for performance is extended until the end of the next day, which is not a Saturday, Sunday, a legal holiday. If you ever wanted to know, there it is. But let's get real clear. Time of the essence doesn't count when there is not a number that goes with it. So when you see a document that doesn't say, for example, I'm buying this building and Harvey hit it and I'm going to fix this within 60 days. That means time is of the essence because you only have what? 60 days. But I'm selling this property. I know Harvey hit it and I'm going to fix this. What's the phrase? I can't stand. I'm going to fix this. Understanding or bearing in mind that time is of the essence. Say what now? What do we, because you can't circle an essence on a calendar. Well, I'm gonna do my due diligence to do this with the utmost urgency. That's another one they try. Where's the urgency on the calendar? You see, time is of the essence doesn't work unless time is specific. An attorney taught me that. I thought I'd share. But when you see those phrases and dates and times are not specified, time is of the essence means nothing. You can't back yourself up with that phrase. Yes, ma'am. And we're about to hit a break, by the way. We're about to hit a break. Let me just show you this effective dates. This thing is effective. The effective date of this contract for the purpose of performance of all obligations is the date the title company receipts the contracts after it has been executed. Please make note of this. And then down here at the bottom, additional notices. There may be costs or charges that you'll be required to pay before you can receive water notices. Just, make sure you let folks know that there are other costs that might pop up. Just don't let them get nervous. Back here real quick. Oop. I want you to notice brokers, you are not qualified to do a whole bunch of stuff. And there's your get out of jail free card right there. You're off the hook right there. Please make your client initial that if you feel the need to. It says buyers should seek experts. That's going to be paragraph, let's see, go back, 25I. 25I. Just use it if you feel like you need to. Moving forward again. One more time. Brokers and agents make no representations or recommendations, and it's telling you if you need some help with legal sufficiency, the legal effect of doing anything in here, tax consequences are even written in this document. You need what? Consult your attorney. Texas Realtors got your back, y'all. Get yourself an attorney. I might have discussed this. I'm just going to put it here for you to photograph it. The word by means the person who is authorized to sign on behalf of an organization is going to put their name there. Then we'll proceed with signatures and printed names and titles. Same thing. Now, if you're the buyer and the buyer's just an individual, you don't need to use this particular line. Just FYI, just a reminder, my friends. Photograph it if you need it, because we're about to get to one more slide and get to a break. Photograph it if you need it. All right. This is your agreement between brokers. This thing was what referenced paragraph 9B1. And again, just like Angela was saying, get that agreement, you put the numbers anywhere you can. Lock that money down in as many agreements as you can. But agreement between brokers is part of this document. And it says principal broker agrees to pay a certain amount to the cooperating broker. The fee to be paid will be, and this is where you put your numbers in there, title company is authorized and directed to pay the cooperating broker from the principal's fee at closing. This may or may not be the paragraph you use. I just want you to know it's back there. So it's part of the document. It goes back to paragraph 9. This is paragraph 14. So they work in tandem, but they're several pages apart. I think this might be page 14, not paragraph, excuse me. It's the last thing on that slide. Nothing to see here. Fill in the attorneys if you have them. Escrow receipt if you got them. Moving to this. It is not lunchtime. Forgive me. It is snack time. Snack time. Y'all about to jump up and run up out of here, weren't you? It is snack time, my friends. Let me get you over to the proper slide. We are at a break here. See you back here in 10 minutes after the hour. 15-minute break, 10 minutes after the hour. I don't know, Gail, good question. But if you want it, Gail, we can submit it to Texas Realtors for consideration for next year. They're getting ready to go back into contract review. All you got to do is send any issue with forms, I believe, to forms@texasrealtors.com. And they literally have a massive pile of thousands, and I mean thousands of emails. And they go over them painstakingly and start correcting our docs. So put that in there. Go and send that over. I've sent several. We are back in 2 minutes. We are back from break in 2 minutes, my friends. Get ready to come on back. If anybody can find that slider, you know how I feel about my food. Let me know. Get ready to come on back, wrap up your calls, turn off my stereo. Chandra, 537.11, I want to say B, my friend, 537.11 B. You are so welcome. You know, I love y'all. Y'all making me work too hard. Boop. All right, for Chandra, and I know you would hit me up privately, but we might as well share. You go ahead and do this, my friends. Since Chandra brought it back up, let me go on and just put this in the atmosphere. All right, how not to accidentally practice law in commercial real estate. You know, I got a class for that too, right? There's always a class for that. So let me go ahead and share a little brief glimpse. It's a glimpse, Chandra. It's a glimpse. You got to get the whole class. You got to come take the class. But here we go. Let me show you what I was showing or talking about earlier. Let me scroll down. I don't think that's the slide. Hold on. I'm looking for the one where the rule. There it is. Chapter 537 of the TREC rules, professional agreement, specifically 537.11b says way down here at the bottom, 8, employ or pay for the services of a lawyer directly or indirectly to represent a principal to a real estate transaction in which the license holder is acting as an agent. Everybody got it? You cannot pull up an attorney. You cannot even say my husband is a lawyer. Just call my husband. Call my wife. She'll talk to you. You can't even do that. If you're in it, then you cannot pull an attorney. Bam. Now, before you all get to my classes and not paying for them, I put the slide back down. But hopefully, hopefully that helps you understand. It really is part of TREC rules that we just can't get involved in the picking of an attorney. Best bet, send them over to Texas. I think it's, what's the Bar Association's website? It's actually in that class. I just forget what it is. Texas Bar Association website has a find a lawyer feature. All you have to do is send them to that website. They use the find a lawyer feature and find someone by specialization to help them out with whatever they need. So you don't have to recommend anyone. Hope that helped. Chandra, did that get you there, my friend? Thank you. Thanks, Benjamin. Ooh, Once Upon a Chef cheese slider recipe. Thank you. Y'all are so amazing. All right, so here we go. I do need to find out some thumbs down. I know I'm moving aggressively quickly. We've just got so much to do, and I need to give you time to get back in your groups. Is everyone okay? Is everyone thumbs up? Y'all all right? All right. If anybody needs me to slow down, holler. You need me to go back, please say so. I'd be happy to do it for you. All right, we were behind just a little bit, just 3 slides, not bad at all. Now we're going to look at 1802, but what we will not be doing is looking at every single clause, because there are points in this document that are exactly the same as the other one we just came out of, like paragraph 26, that speaks about the client's responsibility for digging up tax information, et cetera. So we're not going to look at every single thing. And I just wanted you to know, don't say, hey, Mish, we missed such and such a page. Just want you to be aware that I'm aware. Unimproved property. Definitions out there in the world are open to some interpretation. But one point of consensus that I found in what will define what is and is not unimproved is that the lack of metered utilities like electricity, water, and gas, and maybe even telephone lines, is what constitutes unimproved. And it really is a little bit of a bone of contention. So talk to your clients about what they believe their property is, improved or unimproved. The meter discussion is a great place to start. Is there a meter for a utility on it? So again, putting that out there, I cannot be the one that makes that final call for you, but just FYI, I found that an interesting piece of research when I was kind of putting these together for you, my friends. Moving forward, let me put up all my little doohickeys and gadgets and whatnots down to the box below. Let's see, one more arrow and an underline. All right, so seller is going to convey the property together with all rights, appurtenances, etc., including the right, title, and interest in any minerals, utilities, adjacent streets and alleys. And then that word gores came up. Y'all know I don't know a thing about a gore. So what do? I do what I do best. I go look it up and put it at the bottom in purple. The term, and it's actually a phrase, gaps and gores, refers to portions of land areas that do not conform to boundaries found in land surveys based upon imprecise measurements and other ambiguities of meets and bounds. So you may have this weird little area in a property that can't quite be measured. What I discovered when I was doing research on gaps and gores is sometimes you might have a weird triangle shape somewhere in the middle of a piece of land that doesn't do anything. It just doesn't get accounted for. But if you see or hear anyone mention gaps and gores, go find out what might be missing or unaccounted for in a survey. Again, it's not my wheelhouse. I don't deal with undeveloped or unimproved properties. So I know how to admit my shortcomings, and that's one of them. But I did go look up that word for y'all. Let's get all our little doohickeys and things up on this one. Got quite a few. Let me get down to the circle at the bottom. That way y'all can be photographing while we're discussing. Adjustment to sales price. Sales price is not going to be adjusted based on a survey. Interesting notation. The sales price will be adjusted based on the latest survey obtained under paragraph 6B. The sales price is calculated on the basis of what? Are we going to do this based on square footage, of total area, of net area? Are we doing it on the basis of acres? And if we are doing acres, total area or net area? Not my wheelhouse, but I wanted you to see this is a point that's different than the regular sale of a property that exists. Very interesting point to me. There is a definition for what total area means in the first circle right here. Total area means all land area within the perimeter boundaries of the property. Net area means the total area minus any property within public roadways, rights of way, and easements other than those directly providing utilities to the property. Very interesting nuances of unimproved land. So just make sure that if you're not familiar, then get you a land attorney to help out here. If the sales price is adjusted by more than an agreed upon percent, I'm right here with my mouse. Let me go ahead and get my highlighter out. I'm right here. Either party may terminate the contract by providing some written notice after we receive notice of the survey. So there's some weirdness that may happen with unimproved property. Down at the bottom, financing one more time, promissory note and the deed of trust need to be delivered. You all saw that in the last one. Just wanted you to make sure you saw it here. Moving forward, we just snacked. Let me go ahead and get these are all the notations right here for the next slide. This is the survey paragraph, and you'll read this just like you did for the improved property. I wanted you to note that the seller will deliver to the buyer and the title company a true and correct copy of the most recent survey. And all of this language is the same except for one thing. In the unimproved property, the closing date will be extended daily up to 20 days. In the improved property contract, it was 30. So just don't get comfortable thinking they're identical, because a lot of times Texas Realtor forms do tend to be identical, but this one says 20, the improved says 30. All right, next slide. Let me get everything up for you. I think that's all I had to share on this one. So property information, current leases really are a big deal. You definitely need to make sure you get them, but don't stop at current leases thinking, oh, there are no tenants here, no big deal. We're talking different kinds of leases. See, people glaze over things that might not be in their wheelhouse. This is unimproved property. So we may be talking about ground leases, leases for topsoil or fill dirt storage, mineral lease. There could be all kinds of leases here. There can be all kinds of leases in place that have nothing to do with what you see. I know people who literally will be bringing in truckloads of topsoil and fill dirt. There are people who store crushed concrete because it can be used again, and they just lease an area on unimproved property. Are those leases going to stay in effect, or do you need all that crap cleared off your property so you can put a building on it? So don't glaze past leases. All right, copies of current utility capacity letters from the property's water and sewer service provider. Definitely want to find out about that. Very interesting nuances of this particular document. Let me get you to the next slide, put everything up you need to see. Is that the next slide? Nope. Mish is delayed, excuse me, y'all. I just wanted to see my snack picture again, that's all. Snack, improved. I think we are here. Excuse me for that, my friends. On this slide, I only had one thing to circle. And this is all reminder. This is all reminder off to the left in 3 shades of purple. At closing, we're talking about down here at closing, seller's going to execute and deliver at their expense, general warranty deeds, etc. And it talks about the vendor's lien, like we discussed earlier. Seller must convey the property with no persons in possession of any part of the property as lessees, tenants at sufferance, or trespassers, except tenants under the written leases assigned to the buyer in this contract. I have to admit, Cheyenne, even my brain went, wait, what's a tenant at sufferance again? That ain't something I do every day, Carolyn. So how about this? I put all this stuff on the side for you. You can photograph that just as a reminder. A tenant at sufferance is basically what I'm accustomed to calling a holdover tenant in the leasing world. That's all. That means you're going month to month. It means you're going month to month. So this is just to help remind y'all of what those phrases mean. All right, moving on. See if I can get up everything. There's only, I think, one thing highlighted on this particular slide, not much to see here. Any possession by the buyer before the closing or by seller after closing that is not authorized by a written agreement. Let me see, where am I at? That establishes a tenant at sufferance relationship between the parties. Everybody needs to be cleared out. You don't want to get involved in creating tenant at sufferance relationships. You risk a seller not leaving. So make sure you're clear about who's leaving and when. There we go. I don't know why that didn't come up. Next slide, get it? Let me get you about, a circle, a star, and about 6 lines. Let me get that up for you. There we go. All right, those rollback taxes came back up again, and here's the definition of it in a nice little box on the side. I didn't write that. The Texas Controller of Public Accounts put that in there for you. If a seller's use of this property before closing results in the assessment of additional taxes, for periods before closing, the assessments will be the obligation of the seller. Seller's gonna have to ante up. If the sale or buyer's use of the property after closing results in additional assessments, then it'll be the obligation of the buyer. So be clear about how properties are used and changes to those use and potential rollback taxes. The one thing I do want you to see is how far back we can roll back them taxes. And it's that 5%, and it could be going back as far as 5 years. And we're talking 5% interest for each year that the taxes would have been due. This gets real nasty. I understand people who do land sales get spanked by this a lot. All right, moving forward, I want to give you a little information that ain't in your book. Whoops, I thought I had a camera to show you. Texas Constitution Tax Code provided certain kinds of farm and ranch land be appraised based on the land's capacity to produce agricultural products. That's productivity value instead of market value. In many cases, this appraisal technique substantially reduces the taxation of the land that qualifies for agricultural appraisal. So landowners can apply for special appraisal based on the property's productivity value. Land's ability to produce agricultural or even timber products determines that productivity value, again, which is usually lower than market value. Land used to manage wildlife may also qualify for special use appraisals. It's not in your book. It's not my wheelhouse, but I did think it warranted sharing in case you all end up dealing with folks who want to do certain things with the land. It's very unique stuff. Now we're on 2502. It's not a whole lot to see here. Information from other sources. We put up about 3 arrows, a circle, and a few lines here. Hold on. Couple lines. Information from other sources. Broker obtained the attached information identified as whatever it is you have. You need to tell where you got it from. Broker has relied on the attached information and does not know or has no reason to know that this was false or inaccurate. You might need to use this to protect yourself. Broker does not, and I love this language, does not warrant or guarantee the accuracy of what they've attached. It's kind of like what I've been doing all through class, Gail. Here's some information I found. You'll need to research further or find yourself a land expert. But this is your first layer of saying, look, Carolyn, I found a little something. I want you to see it, but I can't guarantee it. Raquel, you understand where I'm coming from, Candace? I just want you to see it. I cannot guarantee it. And this form might help you prove that point with your client. And I do like the form for it. It's very simple. Next one, reservation of oil, gas, and other minerals. This section is otherwise known as don't ask Mish anything. Don't ask me anything. This is not my wheelhouse. But because this is not specifically a commercial form, there is a TREC equivalent. It's form 44-2. And so take a peek. Let me get up all relevant underlines and circles. Let me get a couple errors up for you. There we go. All right, so this is your addendum for the reservation of oil, gas, and other minerals. This is an addendum to contract concerning a property at a certain address. Mineral estate means all oil, gas, and other minerals in and under. All right, and that's, I can't even explain to you how deep we go to the core. Gail, thank you so, oh, Gail, pause. Gail, don't put that in secret. Say that out loud, please.
Okay. I use that with every listing because we rely on the appraisal district information. And a lot of our sellers aren't familiar with their property because it's a second home or vacation home. So they don't know. So we go to the appraisal district and we use their information, and the square footage could be wrong. There could be a number of things that are wrong. So we just put that we got the information for the seller's name, the square footage, the land, the size of the land, the lot size, blah, 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 all of that we put in there, and we got it from them. And of course, if there's anything to disclose that the seller told us, we'd put it in there. But basically, we use it on every single listing.
Love it. Again, in case you're wondering, she's mentioning the notice of information from other sources. I got it from somewhere else, but I can't warranty its accuracy, correctness, that it's up to date, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm providing you what I need to provide you with. Thank you so much, Ms. Kale. And for the cosign from Chandra, thank you. She uses it also for every transaction. Very good standard of practice there. All right, so mineral estates, blah, 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 exploration and development rights, production and drilling rights. You all see that this is so not what I do. The mineral estate does not include water, sand, gravel, limestone, and a whole bunch of other stuff that I did not even know was a factor. But it does include the reasonable use of these surface materials for mining, drilling, exploring, et cetera, or even removing the oil, gas, and minerals from the property. This got to be too much once I started underlining these things. Again, you need to get an oil and gas attorney, or at least make that recommendation that your client do that. So this is one of those forms that for me becomes a big, I'm out of this. That's it. And we've got choices. Seller reserves all the mineral estate owned by the seller, or seller reserves an undivided blank interest. If the seller doesn't own the whole mineral estate, the seller can only reserve their percentage or fraction. You all do understand I'm running at the speed of light away from this because I can admit it's not my wheelhouse. Let us move on. And let me get a bunch of things up on the screen for you. That way you can photograph it earlier. A few lines past the star should get it in an arrow. There we go. All right, so the seller does or does not reserve or retain implied rights of ingress and egress and reasonable use of the property. And that includes surface materials for mining and drilling. Seller's failure right here to complete section C will be deemed an election to convey everything. So again, this is overlooking things like this gets me in a world of trouble. So this is why I want you to at least know that it's in there. And if seller doesn't reserve all of their mineral interest within 7 days after that effective date, they need to provide the buyer with the contact information about any existing mineral lessee that's known to the seller. Take a look at this notice right here. The mineral estate affects lots of rights, the full extent of which may be unknown to the seller. A full examination to the title completed by an attorney with expertise in this area is the only proper means for determining title to that mineral estate with certainty. Even our document says an oil and gas attorney. So just FYI, share this with your client. Be sure to highlight the things that TREC has put into place for you and Texas Realtors has put into place. TREC, there's our get out of jail free notification, prohibits us from giving legal advice. This is just not what we do. I love them. All right, property located seaward of the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway. Couple of things to highlight here for you. Seaward, And the intracoastal waterway, what the heck does all this mean? Read the notice carefully first and foremost. By buying the property, you're assuming economic risks over and above the risks associated with buying things inland. If you own a structure located on coastal real property near a Gulf Coast beach, it may come to be located on the public beach because of coastal erosion. There's a whole bunch more to know, but I really want you to catch this down here. The cost of removing a structure from a public beach might become your client's sole responsibility, and any loss incurred, that's something you all aren't responsible here. Take a look. In the circle, real property described in this contract is located seaward of this Gulf Coast the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway. Now, there is a definition here of where it is. We got longitude and latitude. It doesn't mean a whole lot to me. So what do? I go photograph it. Take a picture of this if you ever want to know what it is, because even I needed to know, out of a point of curiosity, what is the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway? That's it right there. That thing goes all the way from Brownsville across Texas. We go eastward below Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and all the way over to the St. Mark's area of Florida. I didn't know that. And actually, it specifies Carabel, Florida. Brownsville to Carabel. Isn't that neat? I had no idea that's where that form was for. So if you just want to impress the pants out of your clients who may be asking you questions, you go print these kind of documents out. And this is kind of like a waterway or a channel. This is an actual picture of it right here for you to see. That's a picture of it. That's that waterway. So it's probably kind of cool concept. I never knew what it was. South Padre, I think, is in there. Yeah, whole bunch of areas up in there. Moving forward, my friends, let's see what else we had on here. A couple things we highlight and circle. There we go. That's all the marking that'll show up on this slide. Much of the Gulf of Mexico coastline is eroding at rates of more than 5 feet per year. You know, this is actually part of our contract, y'all. It's actually written on there. Erosion rates for all Texas Gulf property subject to the Open Beaches Act are available from the Texas General Land Office. So if your clients need more, this is directing them about where to go get it. State law prohibits any obstruction or interference with the use of the public easement, including the placement of structures seaward of the landward boundary of the easement. Bottom line is, we don't have the right to block folks from getting to public beaches, etc. Very interesting stuff, but there's a warning that the coastline is eroding. Does anybody here deal with this largely in your neck of the woods? Does anyone? Yes, Miss Gail. Who else deals with it? Gail, do you have anything that kind of warn us about with regard to this for all of us land lovers?
Well, there are a lot of areas along the coast that are affected by that, but we have a major program for renourishing the beach here. And there are some other places that don't, and they really do erode. And sometimes there's some accretion that they acquire depending on where they're at, but it can be major. It can be really major. And we have subdivisions up north on the island that aren't getting the renourishment that they are down in South Padre, and they're a subdivision of land. The stuff that was waterfront is in the water, and it's a mess. You really have to know what you're doing.
And what are they doing? Replacing sand and vegetation, or what does that mean?
Well, they years ago they were dredging and putting the sand up on the beach. And now they have a new program where they're doing a berm offshore. And when they dredge, like our Brownsville ship channel, they take that sand and it's different levels of either dirt or sand, or whether they get the good sand, and then they put it out there on the berm. And that has helped too to protect it, along with dunes protection. They've built the dunes, planted, to help preserve that and to protect the island when there's a storm. But a lot of the places along the Gulf Coast, they're less expensive to own, but they don't have these renourishment programs going on. There's grants that come from GLO and then from our taxes that help pay for that.
Thank you very much. That's just confirmation that I'm gonna stay over here in the land of concrete and steel.
And South Padre.
I'm staying over here in the land of concrete and steel. All right, y'all, here we go. We're moving on to the special provisions addendum, Form 1940. I like to have a little fun with this one. And there it is. Anybody, any questions? There's nothing to see. Okay, let me tell you all about this form. Remember when I showed you that slide that spoke of 537.11 B, we were talking about being able to use an attorney or refer an attorney. That slide, if you caught a picture of it, also says, and we talked about this, I know we did, you are not allowed to fill in the blanks on special provisions, right? And the rest of the sentence on that slide I showed you said, if there is a document for that, you can't even attach your own independently typed out additions to special provisions. There's a form for that now. So if you need more room for special provisions, use this addendum. That's all that's for. So back in the day, we used to be able to attach additional sheets to the back of a document. Not anymore. There's a commercial contract for special provisions in addition to special provisions. And that's it. That's why it's so blank. It doesn't say anything. But you can no longer just get to attach in blank sheets and handwriting things. Everyone needs to sign that. Real simple stuff. Now we're looking at assignment of buyer's interest, 1943. It looks like when I have a big, I got words to share. Hold on. Okay, so we've got the assignor and the assignee, and just for point of reference here, just so that you can see where I'm at, assignor and assignee. The assignor, a party or entity who transfers the rights of the contract they hold to another party. That's the assignee. But the assignor is the one that's transferring the rights. The assignor transfers complete rights of ownership and benefits pertaining to the contract to the assignee. And then I see something that's normal for me. I think a few of you have seen this as well. This phrase, for and in consideration of $10 and other good and valuable consideration paid by the assignee, the assignor, by assignee to assignor, the assignor will send over their interest. If you'll notice, we're not divulging amounts. Chandra's been mentioning this for how many days of class? 10. We don't share. I think Matthew has probably mentioned it. Raymond, I'm pretty sure, has typed it up. Miguel might have mentioned this as well. We have a tendency not to share our data. And it's right there in this contract. I gave you $10 and some other stuff. That's what that says right there. Gave you $10 and some other stuff. Now, the other stuff might have been more money. We're just not going to tell you what it is. Let me let y'all get a snapshot of that if you need it, but it's quite normal in my business not to divulge. All right, moving on. Seller consents to the assignment of the assignor's interest in the contract to the assignee. So just FYI, seller needs to consent. Seller needs to consent to this. Contract, condominium addendum, 1930. Let's put up some information really quickly. Couple of arrows, couple of lines. Just pull a few things up for you. This is an addendum. Paragraph 2 of the contract is amended by adding the following to be included as part of the property. And this is where we reference a specific unit. The present periodic expense or assessment for the unit is what? And any transfer or processing fee payable to the owners association is going to be paid by whom? And this is a commercial contract for condominium addendum here. The condominium information statement means a statement prepared by the declarant that contains at a minimum information required by section 82 of the Texas Property Code. And when it comes to condo sales, just be sure you get this. This is going to determine whether or not a business can exist on a certain property. I've had this come up in the past before when I sold buildings that were structured like condominiums. And there are associations that will dictate what a buyer can do with the property once they get it. Not every association will allow for certain use types. Gail, let me get back to you on that one. I'll double check. And then Miguel, which one do you want me to go back? I missed your comment. Which one? How many back do you need me to go, my friend?
I was gonna take a picture to the commercial contract assignment of buyers interest.
All right, let me go back for you.
Thank you.
You're so welcome, because we're almost at lunch, my friends. And we're a little early, so we're in a good place. All right, here we go. Assignment, that's page 1. All right, and then page 2, not a lot to see. It's just that the seller needed to consent to the assignment.
Mahesh, can you please go back on the same contract?
Sure. No worries at all. And then there's only just one little thing to look at, and you guys are kind of out of here. As a matter of fact, we are ahead of schedule. There wasn't anything else to see on this page. There's not a whole lot. Buyers received the seller's affidavit that the seller has requested information from the owners association, and that the owners association did not provide the resale certificate information required in the resale certificate. Buyer and seller might need to agree to waive the requirement to furnish the resale certificate. Just be aware that this language is in here, my friends, but you want that resale certificate. If you're dealing with condos, you want that certificate. You also need to know this because you want to make sure any condominium association is not in any kind of default. And you also want to see if there are if there's any ability, of a condominium association to take your property if you default. And some associations have that power, some associations don't. But you need those rules so you can see what kind do I have, one that can take my property or will they not take it? With all that said, I realize we were running a bit. If you need anything, please let me know. It's lunch. I'm giving you what I usually do, your break and your lunch. So 1 o'clock, straight up, you got a 13-minute break plus a 1-hour lunch. I'm going to put you all in breakouts. If you choose to meet when you get back, you can do so. So I'm going to put you in breakouts. You might as well go ahead and just accept them now. I'll pull you out when lunch is over. Just go ahead and accept them. And that way, if you need to meet, you all can meet independently. Did anybody need to go back up? Candace, let me put you back in. What's your room number, Candace? 3. All right, and put you back in your room. Raquel Harbin, what's your room again? I need to put you back in there.
2.
Awesome stuff going in. Let's see, who else needs to go back into a room? 20, what's your number, my friend? 3? Nope. 2, you're 1. 20 is 1. Let me get you in room 1. All right, monitors, just FYI, we're on break and then going into lunch, but I put everyone into their breakout groups. So if they want to meet during their lunch hour, they can do that independently. Okay, can't do an amendment to change the name on the contract. We must do the assignment addendum. I'm gonna get clarity on that for Gail. And then for whomever is watching this broadcast, we're going to pause for lunch. There's no need in you sitting there scrolling through one long hour of nothing. So we'll be back in just a few clicks. Hey, Raquel, I was gonna say, don't give it away. You took it down. Santosh just giving it away. Santosh, take that down. Be giving up the secrets. Cheyenne, y'all giving up the secrets, man. You gotta hide that.
We need to somehow get a hold of Santosh. Niquay.
He's on the screen. Niquay, drop it. Y'all telling all y'all secrets. You know what I'm saying? Y'all giving it all away.
We went back too fast.
I thought we were going to do breakout room at 1, so I didn't even follow the directions. So I was on there, but I wasn't talking. I was waiting for people to come back.
Oh, that's okay. And we can do it again. I just want to make sure that everybody is back from lunch. So as not to abuse the breakout room. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, got it. Got it. Yep.
Yeah, I could pop y'all right back in there. However,
Good.
what I do want to do is squeeze in a couple contracts and then let y'all get back in there. So we're coming, but we do have to periodically make sure everybody is here.
Man, I wish I had that sushi for lunch.
Do you really? I cannot do the raw stuff. I'm Texan. Cook it.
I love it.
Do it, fry it, grill it, something, kill it. Do you do raw sushi?
Man, that's one of my favorites. That's my, if I want to go out and splurge, that's what it's going to be on. Because I cook a good steak. I am a carnivore, let me tell you, and I cook. I grill a mean steak. So to me,
Yes,
I can't do sushi. So I love to go out and eat it.
I want to know your secret for steak.
Do y'all see how quiet she got when
I'm a sear girl. I buy good cuts of meat. That's the biggest thing right there. Really good cuts of meat. And I've got my timing. I sear and then let it rest. It's all got to do with timing.
Oh.
It's not as much spices as timing, I think, to make a steak really tasty.
y'all are gonna make me want a steak. I don't eat red meat often, but when it is usually a very good steak. And I live within 100 physical footsteps from Perry's Steakhouse.
Ooh. Oh.
Every single day, in and out of the community, Perry's is in my face. So we're talking asparagus with crab meat on top.
Oh.
Eggs. If y'all, let me quit. See, you got us all off focus. Okay, y'all. So real quick, let's do a couple contracts and then get y'all back into your breakout rooms. I am really enjoying how much fun you guys are having in your breakout rooms. So I appreciate that you're having a good time with each other. Gail, let me get you a better answer for your question from a Texas Realtor attorney. And because I responded to, but I realized you would not see the response unless you were here, you were in a breakout room. So Gail, I'll get you an answer. And does anyone else have any other lingering questions? Anything kind of stuck out there that I didn't cover?
Can I ask something kind of off topic?
Depends.
It relates to that we can't recommend an attorney. I've heard horror stories, and I know that people have gone off and gone to some website and found an attorney, and that attorney is essentially a deal killer, wants to write the title himself, wants to redline everything within an inch of its life, and just deal. So how, if you are not supposed to recommend anyone, would you handle a situation like that to try to get your client to perhaps consider a different counsel?
So is the goal of your question for you to stay in the transaction and not kind of get booted out?
The goal is to, if you have an attorney that's killing your deal, how do you get everything back on track? If it's basically that they chose an attorney that was not a wise choice, like not a real estate attorney or just someone that thinks they're smarter than their britches.
And let me just tell you, because I do teach the 2-hour class, How Not to Accidentally Practice Law. You having an opinion about how effective an attorney is or is not does cross that line of practicing law. So the hard part is anything you can do to keep this from happening before they bring the attorney, and that's your only moment. Once the attorney's in there, having an opinion about how effective they are or are not could be deemed UPL, the unauthorized practice of law. It's a really good question, and it's a hard thing to stay away from. So in the beginning, when you're telling them we need outside counsel, have a meeting about it and tell them what your expectations are and where this person fits in. Remind your client where you fit in, and remind your client we have deadlines. So if they're killing the deal and stretching stuff out, maybe you let them know we might lose this transaction if we don't hurry up and make move. You know what I mean? Put it on things you're allowed to control, and hopefully your client will pick up the clue. It's a tough one. It is, but you're not even allowed to, you're not allowed to say anything that will affect whether or not affect the legal outcome of a contract. So you can't even talk about them. Can you call a friend and have a friend, phone a friend, and have the friend tell them that the attorney's no good? I don't know. I might have to see if there's a loophole, but I do know that's still part of UPL. Good question though, Chandra. Somebody must be really blowing up one of your transactions. Are they ruining it?
Actually, I just saw it in one of our commercial forums on Facebook that they had an attorney blowing up a deal, and they were like, how do I fix this now that they went and picked their own attorney and this attorney doesn't know what they're doing, or is just, they joke that this attorney has a reputation as a deal killer because they get paid either way.
Oh, you know what? Now see, saying something like that early would be good before the relationship is established between the seller or buyer and that attorney. That way your client is on the lookout in case it's happening. Oh, that's a good one. I hadn't even, you know what?
That is a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, that they get paid regardless. And then one of the things that you can do also to kind of solidify your position is all these clauses that I'm just pulling out, highlighting, circling, drawing to your attention. When you do it first before the attorney, you hold some merit. You understand what I'm saying? Like when you're able to say, we need to check this, check that, take a look at this, don't forget that, that reinforces that you're needed so that the client is not dragged along by the attorney. So that's one of the things I love to do is explain to people what I know, how long I've been doing this, and if you're going to bring in a third party, can you make sure for me that they address blah, 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 blah. And that makes me a party to all of this. You're not moving forward without me. So yeah.
So I actually do that with mechanics. If I think there's something wrong with my car, I Google what it could be. So I go in saying, you should check this, this, and this, even though I probably don't know what any of those things are, but just to make them think that I do so they don't hose me.
Well, look, if you just want to get really a super technical look, you need to get up under that hood, learn where your stuff is located. If you do anything as simple as change a spark plug or spark plug coil, you need to learn how to mark your equipment so that when they take the old out and put the new in, give me back my old ones. Thank you. And it had better have my mark on it. I'm mean. I get mean, Chandra. Let's do it, y'all. Let's do it. Everybody done zoned out. They done had a good lunch. Let's do it. Commercial contract, okay, we did that already. Did we do this? Incomplete construction. This is the condominium addendum. So let's put up all of our little markings. Ignore the ones on the side. One of the things I do when I design these slides is I put stuff up on the side so that I can use the same little tools. That's all this stuff over here. What I wanted you to see was construction issues, construction documents. The seller will complete all improvements to the property with due diligence and according to the construction documents. Those things might mean plans and specs, finish out schedules, change orders, allowances, etc. But you want to make sure that you keep yourself out of construction issues if it isn't what you do. So just again, if you are not a GC yourself or a licensed whatever, it's not your wheelhouse. You want to be careful about getting involved in all of that. Put up some arrows and lines and whatnot, all the way to the uh-oh. Bam. Okay, did I get it all up? One more. There we go. So that's everything that would be on this particular screen. Cost adjustments. Now, when we're talking construction, this is when things really have a propensity to go sideways. Change orders, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the term, is how we make notation to the construction crew that something's going to be different than what we thought in the beginning. And it must be in writing. So you can't necessarily say, hey, I'm going to use a different paint color. I'll drop that paint off for you on Monday. It needs to go in a change order so that it's written and documented. An increase in costs resulting from any change orders or items selected by the buyer that exceed whatever allowance that the seller is getting, buyers don't have to pay for it. A decrease in costs resulting from change orders and unused allowances will reduce the sales price with proportionate adjustments to amounts listed elsewhere in the contract, if required by a lender. So buyer selections, interestingly enough, if the construction documents permit selections by the buyer, those selections are going to conform to the seller's normal standards or will not, in the seller's judgment, adversely affect marketability to the property. Have you all seen people want to do things to houses like, let's just make the garage a game room and just put a carport out in the driveway? That's going to change the value. No, we don't, no, we're not doing that. And that's kind of the residential version of what's going on here. Let me tell you, things like that might happen, and I'd love an example for anyone else. We're going to go ahead and put a daycare inside this retail center, but the daycare wants to use a portion of the parking lot for the playground area. It's a small parking lot. We don't have a lot of room here in the beginning anyway, but we're going to give up 6 spaces for playground. Well, we needed that because Buffalo Wild Wings gets a little busy during football season. You just killed 6 spaces for a playground that's only being used Monday through Friday up until 5 p.m. The big game is on Sunday. No children are using the parking lot, but I'm missing 6 good customer spaces. That might prevent future tenants from coming in because there's insufficient parking ratios. You all see what I'm saying? So a seller might say, no, you can't do all that to a property. And that's just one of my examples because I've seen people try to do this. Some daycares be wanting to take up all your parking lot. Has anybody else run into one of these before? A moment like this? Looks like no, nobody's doing the construction just yet. Okay. Chris is like, that is not what I do, honey. I do. Here we go. Next paragraph. Improvements will be deemed substantially completed in accordance with the construction documents upon final inspection, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. I want you to direct your attention truly to this portion right here. Seller must commence construction no later than so many days after completion dates. And the reason I put the uh-oh in here is we had mentioned this way back in the beginning of our time together. If a contractor tells you it's going to take us 6 months to do it, then you'd better double up the time. If it's going to take us 3 months to do it, double up the time. Nothing is moving that quickly, and you want to make sure there's sufficient time to do anything that you think needs to be done. Construction does not move quickly. However, in no event may the time for substantial completion extend beyond the closing date. Seller may substitute materials, equipment, and appliances of comparable quality, different than those in the construction document. Be sure that we didn't take black appliances or whatnot and put in white ones. I'm just using a residential example, but you know where I'm going with that. Condominium association fees. Buyers going to pay any deposits for reserves required at closing by that condo association. Whoops, excuse me. I thought there was more. That's a buyer paying, just FYI, if we're going to be doing any kind of construction. So just want to put that on the table. But let's get back to what's more realistic. Your financing addendum. Let's take a look at it and like put everything up that you're going to need to see. Give me one moment. We got to get all the way down to the bottom. There we go. All right. So this is an addendum to the commercial contract. And this is about third party. So you're going to check that box. And if it's contingent upon them getting a loan, this is no different than what you see in residential. But then we've got option 2. Buyer will apply for third-party loans described in paragraph A1 promptly after the effective date. I don't like that. I just don't like it. You're going to apply for the loan after the effective date? I'm not rocking and rolling like that. I need proof of funds before I even go show you a space. Does anybody have hard and fast rules in their business about this? Because we're not going nowhere until I see your hard money loan, hard money letter. Does anybody else feel a certain kind of way?
I have a lot of sellers that are like, I don't want people in and out of here kicking tires. I want to see either proof of funds or proof of financial capability before they'll let them set foot in the door.
Amen. I know how the contract is written, but that's not what's practical out there in the world. Anybody else have any experience with this? Because many property owners are not game for, like she said, kicking tires. I just want to see. No, and I just don't want to open up the door. Does anybody else have any experience on this one? Looking around, back and forth. Awesome. Well, Chandra, thank you. Hey, Joe, did you have something to add, my friend?
All I was going to say is that I just don't take anybody out to look at any properties unless they've signed the buyer's tenants representation agreement and also have been pre-qualified for what we're going to be looking at.
Absolutely. And it's not like people don't want to pay cash for smaller properties. That's fine. Bank statement, please. I need to see the cash. I need the money. Even I don't have that kind of time. So just be aware that it's common for people to ask for that proof up front. You all already aware of the vendors and deeds of trust liens. So just don't forget, we've already discussed those. We don't need to go back again. Assumption, will the buyer assume the unpaid principal? Buyer's, initial payment, ooh, there's lunch, will be the first payment due after closing. Make sure your clients are very well aware of how much they're going to be paying. Let me put all the little doohickeys and bells and whistles up. Hold on, got one more underline. That's everything that would be on this slide. Photograph this first, and Nikwe, I'll go back for you. So on the assumption page, there's a star. If the unpaid principal balance of the assumed loan as of the date of closing varies from the loan balance that was stated in B1, there's some choices here. The cash payable at closing will be adjusted by the net amount of any variance, provided that if the total principal balance of the assumed loan varies in an amount greater than such and so at closing, I'm reading something. At closing, either party may terminate this lease. So if it's too much or it's too big, if the variation is much larger than we thought, then we're out of here. Unless either party elects to eliminate the excess in variance at closing. This is when people may come to you looking for you to participate in giving up parts of your commission. Oops, there's a variance in this assumption. Can you kind of put some of your commission on it? And Cheyenne is noting that if there is a 1031 exchange, there may not be a letter for pre-qual. Thank you very much, Cheyenne. And then let me go back for Nikwe. This one, my friend, is this the one? Got it. Awesome. And then we're going to move forward again. All lines up.
Mish, can you go back one more time to that one? I need that one too.
Okay, guys, y'all got to snap this stuff a little quicker. I'm going to put all lines up. Come on, y'all. Hold on. You got it? Awesome. All right. Forward, 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 forward. Buyer may terminate the contract and the earnest money less the independent consideration listed in paragraph 7B1 of that original contract will be refunded if to the buyer if the note holder on the assumption requires the buyer to pay an assumption fee in excess of blah, blah, blah amount and the seller declines to pay it, an increase in the interest rate of more than some percentage, or any other modification to the loan document. So when assumptions come up, make sure your client is reading everything carefully and that the seller has gotten the most complete set of information about their loan to the buyer. Snap it. We're about to move on. Snap it. We're about to move on, my friends. Snap it. Everybody got it? Awesome. Okay, here we go. Let me put all markings up. A couple of circles coming up here, and I think that is it. A couple of randoms off to the side. If an assumption approval is required by the note holder, the buyer will apply for assumption approval within a certain number of days after the effective date of the contract, and they're going to make every reasonable effort to obtain assumption approval. But if the buyer can't get it, the lender says, look, no, I mean, you can't assume this loan. The buyer may give the seller written notice within so many days that the contract is going to terminate and the earnest money, blah, 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 refunded to the buyer. But again, time is of the essence because dates and numbers are going to be in place here. If buyer does not give notice within the time required and buyer does not close because they're not able to assume, they're going to be in default. And then, of course, we start with mediation, then we go to arbitration, then we go to litigation. Seller financing. This is the beginning of Mish going, call an attorney and your CPA. I'm not touching this, but for those of you who do it, the note will be payable as follows, maybe perhaps in one payment, perhaps in installments, and there's a beginning date here and it says continuing monthly, or at some other interval. Let me just make a note right here. This is where your intervals might be. Maybe it's quarterly. You know, maybe they're doing quarterly payments, or maybe this is an interest only situation and then we start picking up payments later. You never know. There are options here. So make sure the seller is clear and the buyer is also clear on what they're getting into. But you don't have to necessarily get stuck with monthly payments. You may do something else. Moving forward, snap it if you need it. Snap it. All right, let me get some lines and circles up here. Is that my last one? I believe it is. All right. So the note in seller's financing is going to be secured by a vendor's lien, and a deed of trust lien. We've been seeing this repeatedly, so you're familiar with that now. The note will provide that if the buyer fails to timely pay an installment, so there you go, your 10-day period is what you got. You got 10 days to make payments. Buyer's late fee is already set at 5%. If there's another percent, you are allowed to change it. Your seller may want another percentage instead. And we are allowed strike-throughs, Mr. Campos. We are allowed strike-throughs. So if that number is not satisfactory to your seller, change it. The note may be prepaid in whole or part without penalty. That's a nice one. But if your client wants penalty, Mr. Campos, please join us. Okay, Mishika's not smiling. When Mishika's not smiling, that's not a good thing because I smile all the time. Mr. Campos, join us, please. I'm not having a good time here. All right, whoever my proctors are, help me out here. Everybody else has to stay off the phone. I'm going to be a mean person. Let's keep going. The lien securing payment of the note will be inferior to any lien securing any superior note described in the addendum. So if an owner's policy or title insurance is furnished, also buyer at the buyer's expense will furnish seller with a mortgage title policy in the amount of the note at closing. And if any or if all or any part of the property is sold or conveyed without seller's prior written consent, the seller at their option may declare the outstanding principal, interest accrued, immediately due and payable. So that means you haven't finished paying for it, so you can't jump up and sell it too. Got to have a conversation before you jump up and sell it. So take a picture of that. We're moving on. All right, there's not a whole lot to show you here. 2 arrows, 1, 2. Credit approval on assumption or seller financing. Just want you to know that credit approval may be required, and there are some lines of text here. If the seller does not timely terminate the contract under this paragraph, seller will be deemed to have accepted the buyer's credit. So even the seller can't let this mess linger all day. Run to credit, make a decision. So there are some, can I just say this? There are lots of places for people to get out of these contracts. Have y'all figured this out? This is not a one size fits all thing. There are ways to get out of these contracts, but you have to read them constantly. And I am going to apologize out loud in public on this camera to Benjamin, because the proctor is notifying me that Mr. Benjamin was, not Benjamin, Benjamin Campos was called. So Benjamin, let me know in the chat, my friend, next time someone reaches out to you and you got to do that. So I apologize to you for calling you out. I'm just getting the notice that you were contacted. So my friends, again, if I'm wrong, I know how to say I'm wrong. So Benjamin, forgive me, sir, for that. But now I understand what you were doing. All right, back up on the screen. Contract amendment. I think Gail was asking about this earlier. It's not the heaviest contract out there. It really isn't. It's actually pretty lightweight, but you know, we've got a lot of forms for changing things. So let me put a few arrows up for you. There's not a whole lot to see. Sales price might change. Property description might need to be amended. We might have gotten clarity on meets and bounds. You never know. Repairs, buyer accepts the property in its present condition, except that the seller at their expense are going to do some things. Extension of feasibility period. This is key. If we're going to do that, money's on the line. So make sure that if we're going to extend, we understand how long that's going to last. Let me put up a couple other things for you. And one more notation down below. Awesome. Okay, so here we go. We've got expenses. At closing, the seller will pay the first, there's a dollar amount of buyer's expenses under paragraph 13 of the contract. We spoke about that before. So if there's some expenses that the seller's going to take care of, you can note it here. You've got a waiver of right to terminate. Upon final acceptance of this amendment, the buyer to terminate under paragraph 7B of the contract. As a reminder, 7B was the feasibility clause, just to remind you. And counterparts, in case you see some language and wonder what that means, your counterpart simply means a copy. Do we have copies out there? And so if this amendment is executed in a number of identical counterparts, each one is an original, and all counterparts collectively constitute one agreement. That's what that means. So we can have multiple copies, but they're going to be treated like one document in the same. So if you change one, change them all. Everybody got it? We're flashing forward. Critical date list. I recommend you use it. If you don't have one in-house, go ahead and use this one. Let me put some things up for you to see. Arrows and a line. There we go. This is in its entirety if you want to photograph it here, but this is interesting. It says this is a list of critical dates provided as a service. The dates are not a legal interpretation of the contract, and they don't amend or modify the terms of the contract. This is Texas Realtors' way of saying, we're not practicing law here. This is just a record that should help you. It says there may be a different legal interpretation of the dates. There may be other critical dates contained in the contract that are not on this list. Contact attorney to verify critical dates. The broker, love this, assumes no liability in connection with the accuracy of the dates listed below. You are going to do your best, but if we are confused, at least this thing says, I can't assume any liability. And if there's something by which we're all kind of going, wait, but that's a holiday or what, you know, call the attorney, get you an attorney. Buyer's termination for failure to obtain third party, just make sure you use that if you need it. Buyer's termination for failure to obtain assumption approval. Seller's termination because of unacceptable credit. You definitely want to keep your eyes on financing related dates, period. Just keep your eyeballs on it. All right, let me get a few things up there for you. A couple stars, couple lines, and one more. There we go. Still in Form 1942, there's another critical date, acceptance or rejection of any kind of cure that needs to be made. We've got the feasibility period. You definitely want your dates highlighted in here. And one more thing to note, there are a bunch of stars right over here to the side. What are the stars about? Well, they're down here for you. Deadline to be adjusted based on completion of certain preceding events. So some dates may move, and dates falling on Saturdays and Sundays and legal holidays might be extended to the next business day. And we are all guilty of forgetting, oh crap, I forgot, that's a holiday. And we do that. So this kind of covers you just a little bit in terms of those dates, which is why you got to be careful of even letting your client get a little too comfortable with this contract. There's nothing left to photograph here. Copy it if you need it. Commercial contract termination notice. We're out of here. We're done. Relationship over. Let me put up a few things for you. Got a purple box. Bam. Attached to this notice is a release of earnest money executed by the undersigned, instructing the agents, the escrow agents, to release this money. Attached is a 1904 release of earnest money or other form. There is an option here after you and your broker, if applicable, sign the release. Please return it to the following person who will deliver it to the escrow agent and request that this money be dispersed accordingly. Be sure we notify everybody of who's supposed to do this. If the title company is instructed to transfer earnest funds electronically, please, by all means, be sure to verify those instructions, who's calling whom, and avoid wire fraud. Let me just remind you, the residential industry is doing a smashing job of reminding folks to be careful about wire fraud. And that's only for transactions as small as 80 grand or maybe as big as 600,000. But now we're in the millions. And when millions of dollars accidentally get sent overseas to some fraudulent party, I don't know what to tell you. Y'all make sure that if there are wire instructions in place, that those appropriate phone calls be made to verify the wire is going to happen. Or is it Zoccam, Z-O-C-C-A-M? Some people, or Zocam, however you say it. Is it Zoccam? I'm going to put this in the chat. But there are some entities that use these other portals for securing funds and keeping transfers private. I believe Zoccam is one of them. I could be wrong about that spelling. That might be a new drug on the market. If anybody knows how to correct that, let me know. I think that's what it's called. But this one, in this case, my friends, we're talking losing millions. That stings. And you're dead up in the middle of it. So be very cautious about it. I think it's Zoccam. All right, photograph if needed. I'm going to leave it up for just a few seconds. We're already on to another one. Lease application. Lease application. So you're leasing the space and want to apply for it. Now, this is very subjective. This is not a one-size-fits-all situation. Some landlords will use this, some will not. But there is a lot of information requested. This makes people very, very uneasy. Please be aware of this fact. Be cautious about how the information is transmitted to the landlord or the other agent. There's a lot of private stuff on the line here. Date of birth, social security number, driver's license. You might as well open up your bank account and say, take what you want, okay? The next document, if you're a business, tax ID number, and we need to know what you're designated as. Are we a C Corp? And let me go ahead and put all the things up that might be required. One more line, there we go. So there's a lot of stuff that we might need if it's a business rather than an individual. DBAs, maybe. Current landlord or management company if the business is operating somewhere else. Please list 2 credit references, telephone numbers, and your account number. This might mean that as a commercial tenant that already has a space somewhere, I have an account, for example, with Cisco, and that's where I get my food from for this restaurant that I'm running. So I need Cisco's number and I need your account number with Cisco so I can call them up and get a reference from them. Hey, are they paying, contract with you? Are they behind? We want to know how you do business with other parties. So that's how that comes into play. Makes people uncomfortable, but as a landlord, we need to know it. All right, let me get a few things up on this one for you. All the way down to the bottom. Circles and a couple of lines ought to do it. Awesome. Okay, so attach or deliver in a secure manner within 5 days after the date of this application some of these documents, and almost all of these will be selected. Virtually all of these will be accepted. Expected rather. Balance sheets, income statements, tax returns, proof of funds on deposit, just all kinds of docs are going to be required. Authorization. Applicant authorizes the landlord and their agents at any time before, during, or after tenancy. We got to talk about this. After tenancy, I am not a fan of. Obtaining a copy of the applicant's credit report, criminal background, rental history, employment history. My problem is during and after tenancy. Why are you in my credit report? So I'd be striking through things of that nature. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm a landlord and I'd have to look at the landlord and ask the question, why are you dipping in people's stuff after you allowed them in? That affects people adversely. I'm not a fan of that, even though I'm a landlord rep. Applicant, you're gonna verify that to the best of your ability, you were truthful and complete with what you submitted. Data security. If the applicant attaches or delivers stuff that's non-public and it's personal, like bank account numbers, it's recommended that they do so in a secure manner. I want you to catch what's being thrown here. If you can get yourself out of the loop, meaning ask your client, thank you, Raymond, he put in there at Zachem, thank you. Your client, send it to the landlord directly and get yourself out of the loop. Someone mentioned they did this earlier in class, not today, but several days ago. Who does that? Someone mentioned that they don't like to receive personal financial documents. Was that you, Erica? No? Oh, okay, I thought that was a hand up. I don't like to receive certain things. Was that you, Gail? Tell me how you present that to your clients, because I don't blame you.
Well, I just give them the contact information of the other party, the seller or the landlord, and ask them to please send all the confidential information to them. I just get out of the middle of it.
Yeah, it's your best bet, 20, because there's too much fraud going around. There's too much people stealing accounts. And this time of year, it's horrible, absolutely horrible. Has anyone ever been a victim of fraud? Anyone ever had your ID stolen and people been up in your bank account? Benjamin has been there. Benjamin, how painful is undoing all that mess?
I got lucky because I got a fraud alert that somebody took out an SBA loan for about $40,000 and they caught it.
Woo! Who you using for your fraud alert? Put that in the chat, my friend. What?
My Discover card, my Discover, they got fraud alerts for me. And then I got an email, and then I also got several phone calls. So,
All right now.
yeah.
Yes, Lord. I've also got a few fraud alerts associated with my Capital One accounts. Has anyone else ever Discover Don't Play? Has anyone ever dealt with fraud before? It's not an easy thing to deal with. I had somebody make a purchase of over $1,200 in gifts, Christmas gifts from some website years ago. I'm not married and I don't have children, and I got friends, but not enough to merit $1,200 in Christmas gifts. Okay, y'all lucky if y'all getting gift cards to the Perrys across the street. That's all I'm saying. So the fact that someone stole all that money up out of my account, I lost all of my mind standing in the Marshalls buying a suitcase. I'm not even lying to you. Somebody was shopping in San Marcos and you were nowhere near there. It's painful. I've had my bank accounts tapped into, but the point being is when people go through that fraud, they lose their minds. And if you had anything to do with the sharing of their information, they're looking at you. So do your best to get out of the middle when that application has to go in. I am not a fan.
Mish,
Yes.
I had something really different happen to me a couple of days ago. You know, I had my credit card number stolen and people try to charge stuff and they cut it off and send you a new one. But this was different. Somebody called me on the phone and said that my Amazon card had, it had been detected that someone had charged $720 on it and wanted to know if I had authorized it. I said no. So anyway, we go through that whole song and dance, and then we get to the part where he says, are you near your computer? Would you go online and just sign on to, I forget the name of the website he wanted me, Fast Support or Fast something. Just sign into that that website. And I said,
Right.
wait a minute, I've had my card stolen before. I've never heard of this. And he said, well, I'll let you talk to my supervisor and blah, blah, blah. So I tell you what, I'm going to call Amazon myself. And if this is really true, I might consider doing it, but I'm not going to sign on. So I called Amazon and sure enough, they said, oh, thank God you didn't sign on.
And
So
Candace is putting in the chat that they wanted to share your screen. How many people have seen those fraudulent sites? Gail, you were a blessed woman that you didn't do it, because they people can watch keystrokes. They can monitor keystrokes now if you get access to your machine. And when they monitor keystrokes, guess which keystrokes they're looking at? The one where you put your password in. So there's all kinds of stuff going on. Good for you. If it don't sound right, hang up the phone.
Mish.
Oh, you don't know me. Your feelings ain't gonna be hurt. Click. I just hang up on people. Yes, I heard a Mish. Who's testifying today? Yes.
Matthew. So I received a lot of calls every day, pretending from UPS, FedEx, IRS, whatever. So there's numbers pop out. But from my personal experience, I answered the phone call before, talk to them. When I heard what they're saying, I just hang up. But now I figure out another way, because you just have them transfer them to the voicemail and call the number back. If the number said, message said it's not in service or something else, even you don't need to bother to call them back.
I like
There's a lot of time. Otherwise, because there's always a number shows. Sometimes I call the number back as individual or some other business and never related to that business. So
That's a good one. I never thought about that because there are plenty of phone calls. Y'all ever got a phone call, return it, but the call didn't go anywhere? That's what you're talking about. Oh, that's genius.
because we're in the real estate business, we always receive the call from the new numbers, street numbers. We don't know who it is. We thought, okay, it's another client called us. We just call them back.
I like it. I never thought about using it that way, but that does happen all the time. Genius. All right.
They'll even send emails like your Amazon order is on hold because we can't get payment. But what you can do there is just go like to reply like you're going to reply to the email, and you'll see the email is so fraudulent, but the email looks very real coming from Amazon or a vendor.
Absolutely. You know what? You all know what you did and didn't do. So if it doesn't look right, don't touch it. Don't reply. And Gail, you were a very kind person to say, I'll just call Amazon myself. Honey, when people talk to me and say things I know aren't right, boop, I'm moving on. What you gonna do? Call me back and fuss? So I like to just hang up on people. It makes me feel good. Here we go, y'all. Let's get back to it. Authorization to release all that information. This doesn't look a whole lot different than what you guys do with the residential, application for lease. You're authorizing that certain people can go ahead and release information to the landlord. All that stuff is down here at the bottom. So there's just plenty of things that you all are familiar with, lords, lenders, blah, 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 credit reports. I would just be cautious about giving that ability to run credit infinitely. No way, absolutely not. And guess what? We're slightly ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. So that means we're here. Ta-da! Get the UMail app. Niquay, when we come back, you're going to tell us what the UMail app is.
Okay.
5 minutes after 2, 5 minutes after 2.
Mish, have you ever had your phone number scalped?
Have I had my phone number do what?
Scalped?
Scout?
Yeah, scalped. Like have your hair cut, scalped.
Oh, scalped. No. What does that mean?
Well, there for a while, they were able to take your phone number and put it into a machine. So anybody they called, your phone number would come up. So they would make phone calls under your phone number. And one day I was in a training and all of a sudden my phone started blowing up with angry people calling me. I mean, angry as in pissed off, angry housewives, husbands, whatever. This company was calling, selling something, threatening people, all, and my phone number was the one that showed up. So I would call these people back and go, "Hey, I'm not who I'm not part of this." And they did it for about an hour, and then they moved on to somebody else's number. That's a painful one to deal with.
Never heard of that in my life.
Yes. So that's the one that'll get you. It'll make you sick to your stomach when those angry people start calling.
It just amazes me how much time criminals put into being criminals. If they had applied all that, time and smarts into actual productivity, they might be a lot better off.
They might be. Well, hey, I'm gonna go grab a snack. Thank you.
Get your snack. Yes, sir. you have good timing. Yes, ma'am. Uh-oh, hold on. There we go. My earpiece was still connected. How are you? If anybody needs to see a slide again, now is a real good time. Let me know if you need me to repost anything for you. We are back in about 4 minutes. Coming back in about 4 minutes, y'all. Coming back in about 3 or 4 minutes, y'all. Hey, Santosh, what background is that? Is that Dallas back there? That skyline's Dallas, okay. It's a pretty skyline. I like that picture. I'm always looking for skylines. I use them a lot in some of my classes. It's a really nice one. We're back in 1 minute. Grab your coffee, snacks, your kids, your cats. We're almost done, almost finished. All right, I got logged off this time. Can y'all see and hear me? Awesome. Yeah, I got frozen and popped off. Let's keep going. I'd like to get you all out of here early because it's Monday. Mondays are painful. So let's see what we can do about that. Commercial lease document 2101. Let me just let you know that I'm going to pretty much Usain Bolt you through this. I do teach a class on this and we go through it at a much better pace. However, if you need help with this, what I'm offering is call me. Give me a buzz, and I'm talking about after class, after you've earned your designation. This is my wheelhouse, but we are going to move quickly. So again, if you find yourself needing some help, I'm here after the fact, my friends. And let me go ahead and get my chat window up so I can see what you all are saying to me off to the side, since all my settings are gone. All right, here we go. Looking at the chat, let me pull up all of the things that could potentially be added on this screen. There's a lot of stuff here. Let me get a few arrows up and get two more for you, 1 and 2. All right, take a look at this. This is simply the commercial lease form, and this is a table of contents. That's what this TOC stands for. This isn't the lease. This is just telling you where you can find things. I do appreciate it because it bothers to tell you paragraph numbers and page numbers. Those are two different sets of numbers, paragraph numbers and page numbers. So if someone says, can you tell me where I can get information about defaults? Put it in the chat for me. What page number are the defaults on? You should be able to glance relatively quickly. Yeah, on page 10. And so when a client asks you for a little help, this is really nice for helping you get there. I also want you to understand there are a couple of things you need to check off very quickly. In the front, you need to make sure that you got that broker's fee. That's your money, my friends. 2102. Expense reimbursements. Understand that your lease contract is only a gross lease. If this is going to be triple net, you got to add Form 2103 to it. So there is no triple net clause in here. You need to attach something. And then, of course, there are other things you can extend. Percentage rent can be a part of this. You might need parking considerations, rights of first refusal. There's all kinds of good stuff, but there are addenda for that. So just want you to note it. Let me get up on my little bells and whistles. And last circle, photograph this if you need it. But make sure you understand if we are dealing with individuals and not necessarily organizations. Either way, just make sure you know who you're talking to. The agent is not necessarily the landlord, but sometimes that agent might actually be their own. You never know. Leased premises. Are we dealing with multi-tenant properties? Are we dealing with single tenant properties? You just need to make sure you understand where we're going, et cetera, et cetera. Boop, 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 boop. Single tenant, there's some stuff I could tell y'all. If we have time, we'll get there. Somebody remind me to mention absolute triple nets or bondable net leases. Someone remind me, bondable net leases. That's a single tenant property. It gets to be a problem. Moving forward, let me put up anything I think you need to see. There's a whole bunch. Let me get a bunch of lines up for you. There we go. The term. I want you to note that we have a tendency to speak in months when we are dealing with leases. So how many months is a 5-year lease? Throw it in the chat for me. How many months is a 5-year lease? It is 60 months. Now, if I'm giving your client 3 months of free rent, how many months go in that line? 3 months of free rent. How long is a 5-year lease? I see people doubting themselves, and I see both correct answers. Benjamin Campos is correct, but likewise, so is Miguel Martinez. For those of you who didn't catch what I just threw, but Benjamin did, let me help you out with this. You need to talk to the landlord for the answer to that question. In my world, A landlord is going to say, sure, we have a 5-year deal on the table. And yes, I'll give you 3 months of free rent. But a landlord may say, I still need to make 5 years worth of income. So I'm going to add the other 3 months of free rent for you. In that case, it would make this a 63-month transaction. However, some landlords are like, that's okay. Keep it a straight 5 years. I don't want to jack up my books. I need it to stay 5. And in that case, you'll still put 60 into blank. So it could go either way. You need to get clarity from the landlord about how they want to do that. So neither answer was right or wrong. Thank you both for the assistance there. Let me get the screen back up. I also want you to note that there are commencement dates and expiration dates. Let me just help you out here. Commencement date is the date the terms of the lease begin. We may have executed today. This doesn't commence until December 13th. You never know. That date might be different. You also need to pay attention to commencement date because your commission is almost always tied to it. You set that sucker deep in the future, you just put your commission on hold as well. Delay of occupancy. If the tenant is unable to get up in there on the commencement date because of construction on the leased premises to be completed by the landlord that is not substantially complete, or a prior tenant holding over of the lease process, that means someone is not out yet, the landlord will not be liable to the tenant for such a delay, and this lease will remain enforceable. If you don't agree with it, drag it out. Get an attorney or something, or have your client say, no, if we're delayed, we are not enforcing this lease, especially because someone didn't get out. So be aware that that's in there. Everybody snap it. This is the last of the notations on this page. For that one word, bam, continued on the next page. In the event of such a delay, let me get some things up there. Let me just put all the little notations up because there's a lot on this page. Commencement date will automatically be extended to the date the tenant is able to occupy the property, and the expiration date will also be extended by a like number of days so that the length of the lease remains unchanged. If the tenant in blue up there is unable to occupy the premises after the 90th day after the commencement date because of construction that is not substantially completed, or someone is still in there, tenant may go ahead and terminate. So we're going to go ahead and abide by this foolishness for 90 days. After that, tenant, you can bounce and move on. We got businesses to run. Certificate of occupancy, stay out of it. Make sure your client sees that clause. That's all I can tell you. I've mentioned it before. We don't know which governmental entity is issuing the document. County, city, who? And because you don't know, direct your client to the, what can be a pain, Benjamin? What's our pain?
Getting them COs. And when I first started, doing these commercial leases, I would say, oh, no worries, I'll help you with it. But man, I'm never going to do that again. I'll just refer them to a company that does them. I just refer them.
You are the only person in all my almost 10 years of teaching that has corroborated what I'm saying. Stay out of this. Thank you. Guys, the lease is written in such a way that you can even have your client initial next to this, that you highlighted this and showed them that. To Benjamin's very well made point, you need to let them know that this isn't your wheelhouse. Now, let me tell y'all, in this business, there is not the equivalent, and I've already asked for it. There is not the equivalent of a form that says for your protection, get a home inspection. We don't have one of those that says, by the way, it is your responsibility to get a certificate of occupancy, but everyone needs to have one. Then you have tenants say, well, nobody told me. And then what happens is some inspector rolls through, shuts it all down because they don't have one. And in order to get one, the whole thing must be brought up to code. It costs money we didn't know we had. Now I can't afford to run the business, and you all see how bad the snowball is. So what I'm saying, 20, is this. put in an email or make them sign next to that you told them they need to get that document and it's their responsibility, not yours. That's all I need to tell you, because they will make this your problem if you don't make that clear. Oh, I hear people outside talking just as loud. Please note the payment schedule. This is about base monthly rent only, base monthly rent. There are no triple nets discussed up in here. Let me just show you. There's also a need to either put the monthly rate or the annual rate, but before it's all said and done, I need a dollar amount for how much your client is going to pay per month in rent. Pure base rent only. Additional rent. If your client is going to be paying triple nets, then you will go ahead and check the box for the lease addendum for expense reimbursement. That is your triple net form 2103. Because in fact, aren't we reimbursing the landlord his or her expenses for maintaining the property? And that's what that form is. That's what triple net is. We're paying them back. Percentage rent, there it is. Parking, there we go. And one more circle and you can photograph this page. All amounts payable under this addenda that you have up here is still considered rent. So we will mix up the terms when we speak. If you're not clear about what I meant when I said rent, ask, do you mean base rent? Do you mean triple nets? Did you mean parking fees? Someone mentioned this last week when in the example that's given for the capstone project. And that's, you have to get clear. When people say things that aren't clear, ask. On this particular page, there's not a lot to see, one arrow and one line. Method of payment. Tenant needs to pay timely without demand. Now let me back you up to where the arrow is. This matters. Where is my rent going? Some landlords still want paper checks sent to them. And some landlords are out of state. And I can tell you from experience, a post date does not matter. I need to check in my office. I got a mortgage I got to pay as well. You putting it in the mail on the 3rd because the lease says you can pay up till the 3rd, that does not work. You've defaulted. So make sure your client is aware of where the check has to go if an electronic payment is not accepted. Moving forward. Let me get all the little bells and whistles up on this page here. We got quite a few. Let me get you down to some underlines and one more. All right, this page is complete. Certified funds is what we're going to need when you were paying rent. And let me say this, sometimes when you have defaulted and you've paid rent late to me, I don't want to check anymore. So make your clients aware that late payments are not a good thing. You can't cut, not nary a check. I saw Miguel's face. You'll go get a money order, or if I'm really being a pain, you'll go get a cashier's check every single time. That's when we're being difficult on purpose. So just make sure your client is aware. Landlords, late charges within 5 days after the date it is due. The mailbox is not the agent for receipt for the landlord. There it is. That is not the agent for receipt. Don't you love how official that sounded? The post date doesn't work. That's all that means. Security deposits. All right. Landlord may apply the security deposit. This is what I need you to see. To any amounts owed by the tenant under this lease. And if I do that, then you need to replenish what I used. We're not going to play that game. You're going to replenish, let your client know. If I have to use some of your deposit, you're going to have to replenish that deposit while you're still a tenant. This amount, by the way, can be anything. That's highly subjective. If you're repping the tenant, you're going to go for something equivalent to the first month of rent. And then down here, within 60 days, I'm on alphabet 5C, within 60 days after the tenant surrenders the lease premises, because they're not going to stay, and they give me a notice, a written notice of your forwarding address, then I will refund the security deposits minus any amounts I think you owe me. I have 60 days. Some people want to go residential and say you only have 6 days. In my world, life is different. I got 2 months to get this money back to you. Make sure your client sees this before they get to fussing. 60, photograph it if you need it. We're going forward. Photograph it if you need it. All right. Utilities. Does anybody know how to use this form, this section of the form? Who's paying for what? Do y'all know how to use this section? Has anybody ever gotten dinged on this one before? I think that's everything you need on this particular page. This is not about who's paying the bill in the end. Y'all know, Angela, Gwen, Twani, that in the end, the tenant is paying the bills, right, Benjamin? I'm passing all in bills right on to the tenant. But that's not what this is about. This is about who got the first bill from the utility provider. So if the water bill comes to the landlord, then that's who gets the check in the box. Sure, the landlord's going to divvy up the water bill and make everybody pay their cut. But if the bill primary came from the water district and went to landlord, that's who gets the check in the box. You will note that this is going to be different for office versus retail. Office buildings, electricity is already running, water is already in, but in a retail setting, electricity is typically something the tenant will pay for. They get their own. Thank you, Benjamin. They're all very different. Just pay attention. There's an arrow pointing down to blank number 9. I think our buddy Matthew has mentioned this before. You don't leave anything blank. I know there's a not applicable box, but don't leave anything blank. Fill it in with an NA. Just fill it in. All other utilities, please don't skip over that. Check that box right there that says not applicable, because if you let me do it, I'm gonna put it on your side. The party responsible for the charges will pay the charges directly to the utility service provider. That's why I say he or she who got the bill is the one who gets the check mark in the box. They're responsible for taking care of those bills. And the landlord will not unreasonably withhold information about what they're paying for these bills. If you need access, if you need access to those bills and access to the property for certain things to occur, the landlord will not unreasonably withhold access, to the property. So if someone is popping in there and they need to get in there so that you can turn on water, turn on gas, et cetera, landlords are not going to act a monkey with you. This clause does not eliminate those pass-through expenses. Triple nets are still in full effect, my friends. Let me put that back. I apologize. Put that back for photographs. Let me put that back for photographs. One more slide. Next page. This is where I get to have a little fun with you. This is where if you don't know what you're doing, I win. Who knows where I'm going with this? Has anybody ever seen the after hours clause? A couple of you have taken my classes. Who remembers how bad this gets? Chandra, talk about it, my friend.
I usually see in the range of $50 to $65 an hour outside of the operating hours.
Oh my Jesus. Okay, we need to have the talk. This is the equivalent of the parent conversation. It's time we have the talk, my friends. Let me tell you about this. This is my world. And $50 to $65. $50 to $65. Wow. Let me just tell you, I had a tenant and I repped the landlord, and she was paying $65 an hour, what we call either after hours HVAC or overtime HVAC. Office buildings is where you're going to see this, not in your retail setting. And when an office building turns off the air, typically it's about 5:30 or 6 p.m. Weekends, 3 o'clock on Saturdays, we're not running it on Sunday. But some people need the air running, and that is the overtime or after hours HVAC. So my client, or my tenant rather, ran 3 hours of air every night from 6 to 9 p.m. at $65 an hour. So I want you to yank out your calculators and run with me here. $65 times 3. Look at this. I want you to let this start to sink in. $65 times 3 means she paid $195 extra a day. The woman was a doctor, so she would bill back Medicaid, Medicare, and she'd get her reimbursements, yada, yada, no big deal. But she did this 5 nights a week. So 195 times 5 means every week she was paying $995 for some air. Now, let's just keep it simple. Multiply that by 4 weeks in a month. Chandra, you starting to see the light? $3,900 in 3 hours of air. That's rent money. Now, we could do this a multitude of different ways. Let's just kiss. Let's keep it simple, silly. 3,900 times 12 months. She does this all year long. And that's how much she's paying in air conditioning. I know, Erica, isn't that laughable? Isn't that ridiculous? Uh-oh. You're so kind. $46,800 in air conditioning. That's rent money. She could have gotten all kinds of mad space. Now, Chandra, are you in Houston or another market? Where are you located?
I'm in Houston.
Get that out of there.
Oh yeah. I always tell them drop it, or I make sure that they don't need it past those hours.
Here's a rate that I will secretly sneak to you that I find acceptable, anywhere around $15, $20, maybe $25 an hour. That's reasonable. 65, I'm winning. That's all I can say. Now, there's a little bit of a workaround, and this is me giving up my secrets. Okay, I got secrets. Listen, you're representing a tenant, moving into an office building, and they need after hours air. You know what you do? You go back when I'm not on property, because see, if I see, I'm gonna throw you out. You go back and you look to see on the floor that your tenant wanted to move into, is someone else already working after hours and paying for air conditioning? Because guess what, my friends? We don't run air conditioning in the typical office building per suite. We run it per floor. So if someone's already paying for it, why would you? Right, Chandra? So you go back and see. Yes, ma'am, Angela.
Mish, even if they have a thermostat in their office, is it still the same? Just curious over that, because I am actually dealing with that right now. My client doesn't need to be in there after 6 p.m. They were not, and it's a 2-year lease first. So she wasn't interested at all, but I was curious because the operating expenses are included, but they do have.
Let me ask you, office or retail? What are we dealing with?
It's office.
Okay, that's a funny question because there are thermostats all over the property. Is the thermostat underneath acrylic or open for her to control?
It's open for her to control, but he said it's limited on how she can control it. That's what I thought was interesting. Like she can turn it up or down a couple degrees, but I think is that the deal?
Yeah, we don't ever let y'all run it. And the fact that the T-stat is in there or us, and we usually put it under an acrylic box with a lock on it to keep people from fooling with building temperatures. So no, she doesn't have any control over the on and off switch per se. That's in that air conditioning system that I'll teach you in depth in the property management class. So no, if she needs it after hours, again, check and see if someone else on the floor is running it so you can piggyback. And if not, then you'll pay. Don't pay $65 an hour. Y'all do know that was my Christmas bonus, right? That was my raise, y'all. Let me quit. Let's go back to this document so we can get on with our lives. We got lives to get to. But if you feel like you need this stricken from the lease because you're in a retail setting, you are allowed to per chapter 537.11D of the TREC code. All right. Let me get some things up. I find this laughable. What slide are we on? There we go. Lots of lines. Let me get a whole bunch of stuff up for you guys to see. 3 lines down below. Awesome. Starting from the top, insurance. Your client doesn't have a choice. They must get it, period. If clients want to play that game and not check the box, I don't care, because right here says if neither box is checked, you're still getting some. You can play a game if you want to. you still getting some insurance, $1 million per occurrence and liability insurance. Now, the thing I love right here is business interruption insurance indicated with a little heart. It doesn't mean they have to get it, but it is a nice reminder that they should get it. This only works, however, business interruption insurance only works when the building itself is affected. I don't know if we've discussed it, but I have to say, excuse me, y'all, I hit the wrong button. Boop. It doesn't work. Business interruption insurance doesn't work in the case of endemic, pandemic, microorganisms, or viruses, meaning COVID-19 business-related shutdowns weren't covered by business interruption insurance. That was the big shockaroonie in the industry, is that it did not cover endemic, pandemic, viruses, or microorganisms. So you make sure that when your client gets it, they understand, read the policy. I know you're not insurance carriers, but let's not give them a false sense of hope. Let me just leave a response in the chat to a private question that needed an answer. Awesome. All right, back to the slides. I know you need to photograph it and catch what we're throwing here. Bam. All right. Before the commencement date, tenant must provide a copy of the insurance certificates. Since you got it. If tenant fails to maintain the required insurance, purchase it. The landlord may purchase it. The landlord may purchase it. Take a look right here. We may buy it or exercise the landlord's remedies under paragraph 20, which is much later in this document, but we may purchase it and then bill you back for it. We need you covered. Unless the parties agree otherwise, landlord will maintain in full force effective insurance for, and you might want to ask the landlord, what you rocking with? Did you cover the property? I need to know what you're running with, especially if you're billing me for insurance. Let me see your documents. I'm being funny. If there's an increase in the landlord's insurance premiums or property for the property or the premises or its contents that is caused by the tenant's use of the leased premises or any improvements made by the tenant will, for each year this lease is in effect, pay for the increase. This tends to happen in an industrial setting where we start introducing hazardous materials storage. So this isn't every day, and it's not certainly the typical retail setting. If we are leasing out industrial and we've got hazardous materials that might come into play. Let me get up all of your bells and whistles. There's only 3. We've talked about it already, but take a look at how many lines you have. I think Matthew even had a little something to share, but let's look at this one more time. You have got 3.5 good lines of space. Whereas again, this used to be a simple dash back in the day. Fill this bad boy in. If someone's leasing the premises to do a certain thing and has plans to do to do other things in the future, put them all down, please. Because look at what I've circled. Your client may do no other thing. That language is new. Well, not new, but it's not historical. That hasn't always been there. So make sure that your client covers all the bases, even if they never get to it. Photograph the slide because we're about to move forward and we got a lot coming up on this next one.
Ish,
Yes.
can I add on
Yes,
something on the
please.
insurance part?
Yes.
For this standard lease agreement, it's kind of insurance requirement is simple. You know, there's a lot of the landlords, national landlord, they have the property all over the country. So they have to comply with other states' insurance requirement. So they put some insurance requirement like works compensation, commercial auto, and that part can be negotiated. And the state of Texas is the only state doesn't require any business carry the works compensation insurance.
Aha. And he's right about that, guys. Thank you, Matthew. Y'all don't know I'm secretly paying Matthew under the table for his contributions. I'm teasing. Photograph this slide if you think you're going to need it. Those are all the notations. I want you to just catch what's being thrown. The tenant The tenant may not use any of this property that violates any of these things that are underlined. And it really does put on the tenant's shoulders responsibility to know whether or not they're violating certain laws, zoning ordinances, regulations, restrictive covenants. That stuff is number 3. You don't specialize, Chris and Veronica and Benjamin, in everything all of your clients do. So how would you know all of the zoning regs and all of the rules associated with businesses? You wouldn't. And so it reminds the tenant, you need to be sure that you may not do things that are going to violate, look at there, federal, state, and local laws. Things related to air quality, hazardous material, wastewater. It doesn't require you be the expert. Down here, landlord, this is C, does not represent or warrant that the premises or property does conform to applicable restrictions, etc. Tenant must satisfy itself. Tenant must satisfy, let me just highlight where I'm at. I'm with this little arrow, must satisfy itself that the leased premises may be used as the tenant intends by independently investigating all matters related to its intended use. This is another reason why I was not a fan of your text telling you, you need to check, you got to do this due diligence. You are not an expert in every business your clients operate. Tenant agrees that it is not relying on any warranty or representation made by the landlord, landlord's agent, or where my arrow is pointing, any broker concerning the use of the property. Do you all not see the get out of jail free card right there? Gotta love Texas Realtors for having your back. Signage. This is another area of specialty, and signage requires licensing. In some cases, permitting, requires permitting. So even when it comes to signage, you are allowed to take a hands-off approach and just refer your clients to a sign company. They will know what signage regulations are in place. Benjamin, how you feeling, my friend? You all right, Mr. Lotzer? You okay? Okay. And y'all, I know Ben wasn't feeling well. The baby wasn't feeling well this week, and it's spreading. So we'll check on our buddies there. But send your clients, take a look in the chat. I'm going to put some resources up there for you. Your client goes, well, what sign company should I go for? Send them here instead. Send them to thebluebook.com. They can select a sign company from there. That's our Blue Pages phone book. We used to print that book. We don't print it anymore. It is now only digital, but they can use the drop-down menu to select the city that they're in and then find their own expert on signage. City of Houston outlawed on office buildings years ago. You have to have a special permit for a short-term approval of banners on buildings. So has anybody noticed, for those of you who sell those things, that those big lease signs are gone? Did anybody ever notice that? City of Houston said, get them things off these buildings. We're sick of looking at them. So again, send people to thebluebook.com. Okay, next slide for you. Let me get that back up. All right, let me get a few things up. Star, couple lines, and we're good to go here. All right, that's this complete slide. Access by landlord. I am never a fan of entering a tenant space, but sometimes I have to. During tenant's normal business hours, the landlord may enter the leased premises for reasonable purposes, and that might include, but is not limited to, repairs, maintenance, alterations, and even showing the space because you've already told us you're not going to renew. So there are some moments when I come on in there. Landlord may access the premises after normal hours if entry is made with tenant's permission or it's necessary for emergency repairs. Landlord will not unreasonably interfere with tenant's business operations. Who knows when that becomes key? I'm gonna give you a very comical example of when interfering with tenants' business operations is an issue. I'm gonna put it in the chat and I'm gonna watch your faces. when the tenant does this for a living? Take a look, waiting on responses. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all can't just be walking up in and out of any door. Well, let me show you the space. No, you will not. Cracking doors open. We got people on examination tables. No, you do not. So the women caught it. The men are going, huh? This is our gynecologist's office, okay? You will not show space in a gynecologist's office without a gynecologist's approval and probably with an employee walking you around. Landlords cannot just pop in. So if you're representing a tenant for whom there is extra sensitivity, you might need to make that a statement of fact or business detail in the special provisions section. There are some moments when landlords just can't do it. That's one of them. The men folk are like, I'm staying out of that. The women are like, oh, yes, Lord, keep the door closed. All right, next one.
Hey, Mish,
Yes.
I have a friend that he has a business where he was in a lawyer's office renting space,
Yes.
and he had a lease agreement with this attorney to rent the space. And the attorney would unlock the door and put his mail on his desk. He informed the attorney, please don't do that because I have clients' information out when I have my door closed and locked. He had to end up leaving his lease because the attorney said, well, I'm the owner of the building. I have the right to come in there at any time.
Yeah, you don't.
They
Absolutely.
try to play that all the time when they can.
Yep, that's why it's key for you guys to help your clients through this. Move out condition and forfeiture of tenants' personal property. My friends, don't forget, we want to mentally insert income producing personal property, okay? So if tenant leaves any personal property in the leased premises after they've surrendered possession, they just may term out or whatnot and leave. The landlord may, one, require a tenant at their expense to get their stuff out of there, or the landlord may retain such personal property as forfeited property to the landlord. Surrender, just for clarification, means vacating the leased premises and returning the keys. So this means we're knowingly kind of leaving, but you left stuff in there. Normal wear and tear, by the way, will also allow me to keep some of your money, by the way. Normal wear and tear is a big bone of contention for people. If you're repping a landlord, understand it means deterioration that is expected without negligence, carelessness, accident, or abuse. Let me move on down the list. By providing written notice to a tenant before this lease ends, the landlord might require the tenant at tenant's expense to remove, without damage to the property, fixtures that were put in place. I've seen this occur when banks leave buildings. Banks are real particular about how they do build outs, and they do very, very sturdy build outs, and they have plexiglass windows cutting off the space, and demolition costs a lot of money. So landlords may say, hey, I need you to pull all that back down on your way out the door. So that may come up in those cases. Any fixtures the landlord does not require the tenant to remove become property of the landlord. And when it comes to cleaning, on the way out, by the way, and even while there, the tenant will maintain any grease trap on the property that the tenant uses. That does get to be a problem with our restaurants. Moving on. Let's see, there wasn't a lot in this particular slide to see, just an arrow and one more line. Here we go. Repair and maintenance responsibility. It's the next page where we're going to get clear, but we need to check all that applies. So let me get you to the check boxes, which is on the next page. This reads just like the other document about utilities. Who gets the bill for the work? And this one is highly subjective based on the property that you're on. Let me put up a bunch of arrows. Hold on. Please note that there's a landlord and a tenant column. You got 3. Fire and sprinkler systems. If you let me, in the we have a whole bunch more coming. So just FYI, I got a whole bunch more coming. But If you let me and Matthew do this, we're going to put in the lease document that your client is responsible for upkeep of fire and sprinkler systems. The state of Texas, Houston inspectors and Harris County inspectors will probably not talk to the tenant about this. They have a tendency to go back to the owner of the building. So when I rep tenants, I strike that out. Now that's on you, Mr. Landlord, because the government looks to you. So don't let a landlord sneak that in there on the tenant side. Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. These are about maintaining the systems. However, we've got total replacement as an issue as well. Is everybody aware that in a retail environment, when I see retail, I'm talking about where your HEB might be located with the smaller stores off to the side, that when an HVAC system goes down, your client has to replace it by themselves. What's worse is when they replace it, they have to do what with it? Leave it behind. They replace it, pay $10,000 to get that sucker up there. And when they leave that space, it is a fixture and it belongs to the landlord unless you otherwise use this document to put in there that that thing is coming with me. And I've only seen 2 people in my whole career do this in 20 years. So typically, 1, it is your client's responsibility to replace it, and 2, they're likely going to leave it behind unless you catch that. So I want you to be aware of it because this is a nuance of this document that did not used to always be there. Moving forward. Other things I need you to see. Looking at the time, there is an other, fill it in and use the checkbox for not applicable. Take a look down here, 21, 22, and 20, all of which have problems. 20 and 21 don't come with the not applicable box. Take a look at where I'm circling. Where is the NA checkbox? There isn't one. So you need to fill in 20 and 21 with not applicable if it's not applicable. And worse yet, because you got tired and you're tired of looking at this thing, you're going to skip 22 mentally. I've seen it all the time. 22 says everything we didn't think of, somebody's going to pay for it. And oh, look at there, lo and behold, there's no NA box for that either. That means I'm going to assign that to somebody. Take a look again. All other items and systems we forgot to take care of on this list. Well, I'm repping the landlord, so I'm going to put it on the tenant. Y'all can pay for it. But don't forget, 537.11D says we can do what with that? Put it in the chat, or I think I can read lips. We can strike through. Thank you, Erica. Strike it out. Strike it out. That's something I'm not a fan of, and I've asked them to change that one as well, so hopefully they can update our forms. Let me get a couple things up on this slide. It's a very simple one, not a whole lot to see. Get some blue lines at the bottom. And then it's going to be break time. Let me see. I think that's it for this slide. Go ahead and photograph it if you need it. HVAC service contracts. Don't fuss. Tell your client, if your client is the tenant, just get the service contract. Because if you need a landlord to replace your HVAC, I will only do that if you can prove you've been maintaining it. So go on and have someone check it on a quarterly basis. Also, notice of repairs. This is a tricky one. Tenant needs to notify landlord of anything that is in need of repair, but it must be, check out what's in blue, in writing. You calling my office to tell me the roof is leaking? Okay. Thank you. But 3 days later, when the rain stops and I forgot, you can't get mad at me. You technically didn't notify me. Put it in writing. Some of my bigger clients, the national credit tenants, they always sent repair requests via FedEx, even after making the phone call. Failure to repair. Landlord must make a repair for which landlord is responsible based on that checkbox within a reasonable period of time after having received notice. I am not a fan of things like reasonable periods of time. I can't circle that on a calendar. If the tenant fails to repair, maintain an item for which the tenant is responsible within 10 days, did you all catch what just happened? The landlord gets reasonable periods of time. The tenant was given a 10-day deadline. Did you catch it? That's not even fair, but it's in there. So just FYI, cover all bases. Make sure your client knows they got 10 days, unlike the landlord. Anyway, moving on. Alterations. Which slide are we on? Okay, a few things. We get a few lines up so you can snap it. Circle at the bottom. And okay, this one's ready to photograph if you need it. Alterations, tenant may not alter, including penetrations to the roof. Is the only reason why I highlighted that. If you all are going to put up satellite dishes, you know, your restaurant might now have a satellite because I want to broadcast the fight. That is a roof penetration because you have now got to screw things to my rooftop. You got to penetrate my rooftop with bolts. That's a penetration in my world. You can't do that unless I know. So make sure that tenant doesn't do anything unless we know that you need to get up there and do it. Tenant may not alter any locks or security devices unless you told me. This has something to do with firefighter access to certain parts of the property. I will tap your suite trying to get in there if the keys don't work. You're entitled to change your keys, but let me know what you did, okay? Just tell me that you did it. Tenant, if you are going to change keys, maybe you don't trust an old employee, that's cool. Give me my copy of the new one. Any alterations, improvements, fixtures, et cetera, installed by either party during this term will become landlord's property and must be surrendered, except for the stuff that the landlord required the tenant to remove in those earlier paragraphs. I'm not going to linger on the liens. If a lien's on the property, the tenant has to remove it. That's all over this document. Liability, to the extent permitted by law, landlord is not responsible to the tenant, their employees, guests, patrons, friends, and family for any damages or losses to the persons or property caused by, and I have to show it to you when we come back from break. How's that for a dinger? Got a cliffhanger on the record. Anybody knows what that dessert is, please let me know. It was just pretty. I have no idea what that is. 10-minute break, or come back 10 minutes after 3, 10 minutes after 3. Somebody tell me what that is. It's so pretty, but I don't know what that is. If you come back at 3 o'clock straight up, we'll finish faster. That's your call. If you come back 3 o'clock straight up, we'll finish faster. Hey, Chandra, what was that comment about? Oh, I missed it. We're gonna be back from break in about, oh, I don't know, 6 minutes. Get ready to come on back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Faster you come back, the faster we will finish our day. You know, Tawani, when the instructor gets to yawning, I'm not sure that's a good thing. I just finished yawning. Oh. I see all this good chewing going on. All these good snacks have come out. What's going on? Gwendolyn, NaQuay, I mean, everybody's snacking. Let me go get me a snack. And I really, you know what? I bought a snack too. Hold on. I got my Pepperidge Farm cookies. I think I'll join y'all. Snack run finishes in about 5 minutes. Your snack run finishes in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, we're getting ready to come on back. Got about another 2 minutes to go. The quicker we meet, the less I eat. Come on, y'all. I'm gonna keep snacking until we get back in the room together. Well, that's a good cookie. Let's make it happen, y'all. Come on. Let's do it. Back up on the screen where I left you, the clip there, liability. To the extent permitted by law, the landlord's not responsible to the tenant, its employees, patrons and guests, etc., 4, any damages, injuries, or losses to a person or property caused by, and then we go forward. And there's a couple of choices here: an act of omission, an act, omission, or neglect of tenant, tenant's agent, tenant's guest, employees, etc. So if the tenant did something wrong, not going to hold the landlord responsible. Or for things like, look at all of this natural disaster stuff, fire. I'm going to put the arrows and things up: flood, ice, hail, snow, lots of things that it just says we're not going to be responsible for it. I want you to catch on to the indemnity clause. And that indemnity clause just says, look, we have insurance. So we're going to work through the insurance to get reimbursed for what it is we think we need. People fall down on properties all the time, and the landlord will file insurance claims to get medical and things taken care of for people injured on property. But that means, as far as we all go, we're not suing each other. We're not going after each other personally. So we're going to indemnify, defend, or hold the other party harmless from property damage, personal injury, suits, actions, etc. We're going to use our insurance instead. Now, I'm not going to linger on defaults because we're really just kind of short on time. But the only point I need you to really pay attention to is, are you satisfied with the dates that are specified in the default paragraph? Y'all already saw that other paragraph that says the tenant must repair something within 10 days, but the landlord will just use all reasonable care. So make sure you read this document for when rent is due. How many days after the due date do I have to pay it? When will I commence with a lockout, etc. You need to know that. And I don't find this document very specific in that way.
Hey, Mish, I have a
Mish.
question for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
The page on
Question,
the
lady.
study.
On page
It's,
213, it says liability. And the last sentence was landlord is not responsible to tenant or tenant's employees,
Yeah.
or losses to person or
The
property.
wrong document.
They put the wrong documents on the
I
page.
emailed Mish during the break.
213.
Yeah.
213 is text R 2101. And the 214 is text R TXR 1802. So it put the wrong form on that.
Is that in the book? It's in the book like that?
Yeah, book is incorrect. It's wrong.
Bless y'all. I didn't even look at the book when I put the slides together. I saw the schedule of contracts and went and pulled them myself. So I have to thank you for that. Can someone email that to me, please? Because I'm not going to get the chat. Once we shut down, I lose all the data in the chat. So like Candace hit me up last week with the correction she found in my email. Here, I'll put my address back in there.
I emailed you on the break.
You did?
Yes.
Y'all. I sure appreciate it, because I can't even tell you that even if I had laid eyes on it, that I would have caught it. So thank you. And then again, just be sure to read that default paragraph, because I don't find it to be the most thorough in the business. I'm really not a fan of it. Let me go ahead and put up a bunch of things on this page. Let me get all the way down to the bottom with the lengthy arrow. There we go. All right, this is a fully highlighted page. If the tenant is in default, the landlord may, with at least 3 days written notice to the tenant, terminate this lease or terminate the tenant's right to occupy the premises, but without terminating the lease. So they may lock you out. There's a lot to know about lockouts. And if you want to know what's applicable, there it is, chapter 93, item 21. Chapter 93 of the Texas Property Code tells you what you need to know about my power to lock out a tenant, keep their stuff, sell it off if I need to. You consult with that. And it's so short, you can even type into your Google search bar on your phone, Texas Property Code, Chapter 93. With 2 swipes of your thumb, that's it. It's a very, very short code, mainly because there are portions of the code that even say, if this lease document and the Texas code don't agree, the lease prevails. I don't know if y'all know that, but even the statute, Texas statute says, hey, look, that's a business decision. And so if in the lease document, it doesn't agree with what's in the statute, not in all cases, but in many, we're going with what you all agreed in the lease. So be sure your client understands that lockouts are real. They happen very quickly, and your items belong to me. Holdover, all that is month to month. No holding over by the tenant without consent of the landlord. And then take a look. The tenant will indemnify the landlord and any prospective tenants for any damage caused by holding over. In other words, when people hang out longer than they need to, Gwen, which slide, my friend? Hold on.
I need the slide that is wrong in the book.
Oh,
So
is
go
it this one?
two back.
Is it that one, y'all? One more?
Go one more. Let me see.
It's that one?
So go back.
Girl, go one more then. Oh, you lost me. Hold on just a minute. Let me see. Go to where it's 18, where the liability ends. Before we went to break.
Okay, so this is before break.
Okay, now go to the next one after break.
I was there. Take a peek.
Where are you? That one.
There you go. I got you. What? Now we'll go, and I'll go back and make sure my slides aren't confusing and double check that book.
Yeah, that's not how ours is following, I guess, is the form.
Yeah. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much.
I think I need that next one. Sorry, Mish. With the holdover, the one you just left, not the one you started, but the one you had just.
That's where I'm heading now. Is it this one? Nope. Hold on. I think is it this one? Holdover. There you go.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay, let me get that real quick.
Yes, ma'am. It says that it's got all the highlights on it.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. All righty. You're very welcome. And again, guys, listen, this is just like math day. The intent is that you're not some expert in all things contract. Many of you will never look at this lease contract again because you're going to be in development instead of leasing. We just want to expose you to all the possibilities. That's all. All right, next page. We've already done this. By the way, when we're talking about tenants holding over, going month to month in a suite, this lease has been designed with the tenant in mind, not the landlord. Take a look right here. Let me see if let me see what else I need to do to this slide. I need to circle that number right up there for you. 150% of the base monthly rents plus any additional rent. Plus, that means triple net and base monthly rents, you're going to pay me 1.5 times of what we originally signed up for in the lease document. So it would behoove you to get your lease renewal signed. Any landlord worth his or her salt would have made that 150 a 300. And yes, I will charge you 3 times your base rents and your triple nets. There we go. This is everything that would be on this slide. I would charge you 3 times your base rents and your triple nets if you don't sign